All right. Good day, folks. We are back. It is Friday, so happy Friday to everyone. Bitcoin is dumping in true fashion, but it's only going to dump for so long before it finds a home and turns around for a little while. So that's what we're going to break down and talk about today. Thank you, everyone, for joining. I see that David B is here, so I appreciate you being here. I have changed a couple of things since the last stream. One of them is we have a box up here now with the chat. That way people don't think I'm talking to myself if they happen to watch this later. Not that I don't talk to myself because, I'm human. I don't answer back though. That's the important part. You can talk to yourself, but you can't reply to yourself. All right, so let's throw on our chill background vibes and get talking about Bitcoin and dominance here. And then we'll break down into some alts and some ideas and take a look at what we could be expecting for next week. If you're in the free side of the group, we have been looking at this for quite some time now, and just been taking it pattern for pattern, range for range, level for level here into this larger pattern idea that hasn't changed. So we're currently just looking to see this, not be able to break through on this larger falling wedge and potentially, start to push down to our lower levels here if we get rejected at this level. So, ideally we can break up through here and make a push up to this level. But if we're going to get rejected here, we are looking to fall through this line and start making our way down to somewhere in this range would be the idea. The latest pattern idea that's gone out is this curve idea. So what we're looking for is price to consolidate in here, maybe not do much for the weekend. And then Monday, we might see some type of a decision. So this is the expected, range idea for the weekend. It won't change unless we break below this level. If we do that, we're looking to lose these lower levels here and then maybe make our way down to this area. Switch to my other charts here. There we go. So we still have the same idea. We're still looking for the same thing. We want to see this pattern finish consolidating in its range, and we want to see that break down. When we get below the 58 range area, 58 to 56, I really think that's when we're going to see alts start to make the moves that we want them to. So alts might consolidate in these lower levels until we can make that happen. Total hasn't really changed much. It's just ranging in this little spot. Could be looking to catch some support down here and carry on in its range. And we'll switch back to this list. Okay. So that's a little bit of Bitcoin. where we're at, small time, bigger time frame, all the pattern ideas. And then now we'll kind of go down through to some of the altcoins on a bit higher time frames. So Ethereum, looks to be in some type of obviously a rising wedge pattern as well. I mean, that makes for a big range. And again, if we were going to look for some type of a bounce spot, everybody's YouTube's just having a time today. I'm not really sure what's up with that. Hopefully it hasn't been too choppy. I think we just went blank there momentarily. Everything seems fine on my end. OBS seems happy with everything, but no issues. Okay. So again, we've got this rising wedge in this falling wedge idea. But the bigger picture here is we're only looking to do a pullback to hold in this larger time frame range idea. So coming down to this level and catching a bounce, maybe seeing a wick down into here. At the end of it all, before things finally turn bullish, isn't going to be the worst thing in the world. We're going to get the big consolidation for a while, and then we're going to make the move. I mean, over here we have something very, very similar, and I mean, you can see at the end, even if you were to clone the idea and pull it down to this wick over here, they still drive the price down a bit farther than that, just to try to shake people. And then of course it breaks back up in, does a bullish retest on the pattern idea, and runs up through. And even down here, if we were to zoom in, you're gonna get some kind of a little bullish idea down here, a little pattern. It's gonna break up, and that's where we get our run. So that's exactly what we're looking for here. Is we're looking for this level to break, and we see, you know, some type of a move up higher out of this level. But for now, while we're in this downtrend, we're looking at these lower levels and where we're going to catch our bounce. This is crypto. It's not unlikely for it to have very significant pullbacks very aggressively just before it takes off and leaves everyone in the dust. So that's kind of what to watch for. The day that you come to your computer and it makes you weep and your stomach turns is probably a good indicator that we're close to those levels. All right, so Luna, we are looking at this same thing. I think the last video we were on, we were just looking at this pattern falling out, which it did, and recovers. So then we have to change our pattern idea. So at this point, now that we have a little more data, we're going to switch this. We can obviously see that there's some type of a level we can't break here. And we're kind of moving around a level down here. Now, again, this is a range. Maybe it's more likely to break upward, but it doesn't always have to break upward. It's just a range. When it gets to the end of this range, the idea is that's when it will make its move. Much like we see with a lot of these. I mean, obviously this one here, it's really leaning towards the upper direction the curve is, and it breaks this way. This one's the opposite, breaks up. These ones are the opposite, they break down. So a lot of the times it's going to break in the favorable direction, but it does not always do so. This is a double bottom. It ended up having some divergence on it on the indicators, and it broke up. It had a kind of a what would be a bear flag pattern kind of at the time, and then it broke up, bullish through it, did a retest, and ran. So then the next idea is you're going to have this triangle, descending triangle, and down it runs. So this is what we're looking for on Soluna as well. We're waiting for this range to play out. Uh-oh, what have I done, David? What have I said? I'm getting the laugh out loud. Okay. B&B. We were looking at this pattern. Last video, we were in the rising wedge. We did break out, did a bearish retest down to our level. We caught a double bottom and then broke up through. So now we would be watching for this to form some type of a bullish pattern and continue to push. If that's not the case, what we'll do is we'll push back in the downward direction, and our new idea will look more like this. Once again, we'll look at our range idea. Okay, so when we hit the end of this area, we're going to consolidate, and then we have to make a decision from there. Bullish or bearish. Okay. Okay, so not looking bad at all. We want to see this range respected. Maybe want to see this cross happen. Not a great small pattern. It's kind of, it is there on the smaller time frames, but it's not great. I'd be more looking to see this level. Okay, so the idea on these types of patterns is you're going to have a couple of entry ideas. You're going to have an aggressive entry on the bottom. Stop loss below somewhere here where you're comfortable, that matches you know, you're risking your personal risk management, not mine. You're going to want to have your stop loss somewhere below that range, somewhere that you're comfortable with. And then your idea would be at least to run to the top, or it be, you know, the fourth touch on the bottom of a bigger falling wedge to ultimately break out and run. You know, you're looking to see this happen, at least. And then next step is either going to be back down for another touch, or it's going to make that breakthrough and come down for a retest. That retest is your next entry idea. And again, excuse me, that your stop loss is going to be falling back into the pattern. With intention that you're going to run up and hit different target levels as you go. Now this takes a very long time to happen. This will not take a very long time to happen. This will happen quickly. You'll form possibly another range down here. And then you'll start breaking levels faster and faster. Blow off top. And it all comes crashing back down. Now that's not just for this. This is kind of what you're going to see if we do get our change to alts. Okay. Link. Oh, okay. Here, let's look at our other one for chain link. I'm not going to show too many of this side because I have all of this broken right down for the pay side of the group, so I'm not going to show too much. Yeah, okay, that's what I had. Yeah, okay. So link right now. We're also looking at the same idea here. We're in that falling wedge pattern. So at some point here, we're looking to catch reversal. And then our larger pattern idea here, if you can see it already, there's 1, 2, 3 of these, but then they make the pattern that I am so constantly sharing, which would be our current range idea. Okay. This is the pattern matrix. Nothing more, nothing less. This is literally what this is. It's the pattern matrix. So this is what we're looking at with link. We are clearly in this range. Just like we were clearly in this range. And we were clearly in this range. And even this one, all the way up until we made the move into the next range. And then we make the move into the next one. We make the move into the next one. So we're looking here for support to push. And again, when we get to this range end, we are not necessarily guaranteeing. I mean, I know it's looking pretty consistent, but it's not always happening that way. So we could see a push down, which would kind of change our curve a bit before we ended on our way up. What we're doing is we're catching the bounce and we're catching the run inside of that pattern or range. And again, as we can see, this applies to many different time frames. Right, dropping A. Support, previous support anyways. Looking to be holding this level would be a pretty big deal. Probably not. You're looking to get the most touches when you're drawing these patterns and ideas. You draw it out the first time and it seems incorrect. It probably is. It should seem pretty natural. So again, we're in this. And then over here, we're seeing this big downward run. I'd have to zoom in more to see just what that is, but it looks like it's kind of like this. And then we finally break that range and start moving. And then again, on the way up, you're kind of getting the same thing. So on these high time frames, these are just consolidations. And then they will break at one point. When they pinch to the ends of them, they will pinch and break out, and then we will change. So, I mean, obviously, there's this crossover period here where we're hitting a trend change, and we're noticing a trend change happening. And the same thing with up here, we're going to hit this crossover point. And we're going to have the same thing. A trend change is going to happen. And that's going to lead us into the next. Hey, Steve Hickey, nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Just doing a Friday afternoon stream. See if the YouTube gods will cooperate with us. So far, so good. I'm not sure if you guys have been in since I got rid of the green screen, but it's in the past. I folded it up and put it away, and decided to go with the real background vibes. I need more information. Yeah, I'm not as much of a fan when I don't have the data. I really like to have more. I really hate when, I mean, I don't hate price discovery in the up or down direction, but I don't enjoy it nearly as much as I do having things to use for technical analysis. Like I'm not an anti. When Bitcoin goes into price discovery, I'm all for it. It's just a lot harder to make a decision at that point when trading. Okay, so XRP. Yeah, the last time we were looking, yeah, this is kind of played out. Just keeps falling. Nothing's really changed on XRP. Just keeps sticking to this range, falling down. Nobody likes to talk about these levels, but this line looks pretty important. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's been a lot of bounces on this line in the past 5 years. So I'm certain that we could see one more. Remember, all of your big market cap coins are going to Bitcoin will run, and then your next in line market cap coins will run as far as how big they are, and then it will go into mid-size and then micro. They'll cycle through all the different market cap sizes, and then we'll end up back at square one, and then the cycle will repeat itself. Virtual, I don't think we've... Yes, we do have... I do have something for virtual. It's just on a bigger time frame. Locally, virtual needs to hold this level. Big time. Or we look at dropping down to these ones next. Pattern-wise, not very nice. Curve. It really has to be able to hold this. Let's keep copy and pasting that up. And you can delete your middle too. If we want to see this turn around down here, you're really going to want to see these lower levels hold, and you're going to see momentum change, get our higher levels, and we'll push from here. If we fall down through, you'd be looking for something similar to happen down lower than that. Okay, or if we fall through, we might fall through a little more aggressively. And then at the end of the day, we're still looking to find that rotation to the upward direction. Now this is a smaller time frame trying to catch an idea on a bigger time frame. something like virtual, you don't have as much data, so it gets a little more messy on the bigger time frames doing stuff like this, right? Not doing great. You can definitely see the curve happen here. Clearly that's there. I respected that for quite a while too, and then just completely fell through the bottom of it. Looks kind of scary. I mean, you could be seeing momentum changing here. It's possible. You're seeing price action pushing down and indicators pushing up slightly. But, you know, the next rollover here could on the blue could just pull lower down. A lot of times with divergence, you got to kind of call it like possible potential, because until it plays out, it's not really verified. It's just an idea. We're more interested in things that are low and consolidating, not things that look like they're trying to go down and retest lower levels. Okay, 8 is another one where I really think we're ranging again in this curve, and I think it's an accumulation phase. I think this is an accumulation phase, right? So I believe that we'll see markup next. Accumulation, markup, markdown, distribution. It's just a whole phase, a whole cycle. So what we're looking for is a bounce, a break, and a run. Again, very likely that we could see that final pull as they did here, as they often do. So that's the big liquidation. Kills all the futures out, all the people that are way aggressively leveraged into future positions that would become gazillionaires by the time the bull run happened. It gets all those people out. Cleans the slate a little bit before we have this nice real rally. I can't even remember where that is. Yeah, actually, I scooped that up for my son. Yeah, I think maybe when he was 4, I grabbed them. I thought it'd be really cool to have just in the living room if we ever found ourselves talking about places in the world, to have just a map available that we could just point at a place and learn the world map at any given moment. So I definitely had to make the investment on the world map. Yeah, the nasty stop loss hunt. And I think exchanges do them personally themselves. You'll notice a big difference in exchanges. I think they do some pretty scammy wicks in futures. Is this what I'm trying to do? think. It's been a while since I've done this. This might not be the one either. That's definitely not the one I want. That's the one I want. Okay. So that is what I am kind of thinking longer term for stuff like this, when we're seeing this happen so clearly. I guess that makes me the alt season guy right now, but I mean, I really think that we are right there. It's a pretty high target. I think that'd make a lot of people happy. But again, I mean, that would be still some time away. But the idea here is that we are changing. We're going to go from this accumulation phase that we've been stuck in since 2021, December, say, somewhere around there. And we are going to switch what is this? That seems about right for crypto. Nice 93% back. And then it can run. Doge. I think I've showed this before. So we're looking at the same kind of idea with Doge here. Here, I'll do the other one. Do the ARC instead. That's what we want. Not that we're guaranteed to go that high. It's Dogecoin. I mean, at least to get up here and there's more like this. To get up here and test that high again. We're seeing this range out. It happened here. We broke into this one. And then now breaking into this one. So, even though it's not exactly now, this is the time this pullback, when the next time we see big blood, it's going to be something to really, really pay attention to. I think it's really time to start watching these markets. We do have that up, or is it Zeus? I think it's Zeus. Go away. So you really want to see Zora hold this level. Or it's a quick trip to these levels. Really looking to hold here. Got a falling wedge happening here. Broke out. Got a run. This isn't really making a falling wedge. Definitely got that ranging curve happening in it. You could be looking to push up to these levels again and just stay in this pattern. So, I mean, aggressive entries, ideas down here. The idea is that if you consider entries down in these areas and you are wrong, it's a much smaller fall to have your stop losses down and out of the patterns. That being said, the stop loss hunt is, that's how many times do you see it just pull down below that just to hit your stop loss, right? So you have to, consider if you get stopped out, maybe when it pushes back up in, maybe you consider looking at the trade again to make your money back, instead of folding with a sick stomach because you lost 50 bucks on getting stopped out, and then it turns out your idea was right anyway. You just maybe were a little too soon to the party. So you don't have to always get discouraged. There's a good chance that if you're using stop losses, you're going to get stopped out of trades. That's why you're using your risk management. That's why you're trying to stick to 1 to 3 ratios on your trades, so that you can be making more than you're losing. And then, as we talked about earlier with stuff like this, if you did happen to see the run up here, not only are you already in down here, so it's less sweat to maybe just move your stop loss up and to take profits. Maybe you decide to take some profits at the top of this pattern. And the worst thing that happens is it comes back down and gives you another chance to try that entry. The best thing that happens is it chooses to break up and run there, and you can maybe even consider adding to your position, on the retest. And if you're considering just entering up here on that breakout retest trade, then at that point your stop loss is going to be up here. Because what happens a lot of times is you'll get this run up to the top. It'll quickly break through and convince everyone it's about to move before the candle closes, because you want to stick with the candle that you're trading on. If you're looking at a 12-hour pattern and a 12-hour idea, You do not want to enter that trade until you get a 12-hour candle close confirmation. You can't go into the 1 hour time frame and be like, oh, candle closed on the 1 hour. If you're making your pattern based off of the 12 hour, if you're copying these wicks exactly and using them as your pattern ideas, you need to stick to that time frame for your candle close confirmations, or else nothing matters. What will happen is you'll get up to these levels, and some people will enter and then end up having to ride that all the way back down to the bottom here. Whether they were right or not, maybe this thing does push back up again, finally break out and keep running. Maybe this is just a big pattern and it does continue and it does break out of the top and it does keep running over here. But the idea is, if it doesn't do that for quite some time, if we don't get this immediate alt season, you're buying on your lower ideas, being willing to get stopped out if you're about to push down into a way lower level, and then you're able to take some profits and stay in up here. Entering up here every time, you're going to lose every time. If you're waiting for your alarms to go off because something made its way up here, you're going to lose almost every single time. Only one of those times will it actually follow through, come up and break out and run. The other times it's just going to keep bouncing in that range. Now you can go down into the smaller time frames and use those to find the same situations in here. You got rising wedges, falling wedges, rising wedges, falling wedges, over and over again. You have the curves, the reversal ideas in all time frames, all the way down to the 1 minute time frame. The smaller the time frame that you choose to be in, the less likely things are going to play out. The higher time frames always win, whether it's patterns or indicators. Regardless of what it is, the higher time frame is always going to win. Yeah, so we had this run up. We're looking at an idea that maybe it could hold, but I think, again, it's a smaller time frame idea. So we had this, just looking to see if it could hold. I think we caught this bounce and then caught this bounce to this level. And it did that twice. Could not push back up above this level, and that's kind of turned our idea a little sour, and we lost ultimately this level. So we had this idea back here, and you could have made, 1, 2, 3, multiple trades on here and just played this range for a while before you got the break below it, the bearish retest on it, and you lost that range. So at that point, you have to reconsider your idea, and now you're looking at this to be its bounce range. So then once again, you have two entry ideas. Your bottom or your breakout retest idea. Your stop loss is going to be in the same place. Because no one can predict if this is going to go up to here or down to there. What you can predict is that you're probably going to see a bounce that's tradable in certain areas based on these patterns. So you build a plan, you find patterns that work for you, you wait for your right time in market structure. Obviously, these patterns are going to be a lot more likely to play out when you're in an uptrend. In this downtrend here on a smaller time frame, let's just use this as an example. You might see in here, you'll see these falling wedge consolidating ideas even down on the 1 minute time frame. It's like, okay, it's pinching and consolidating. Well, it's going to run up, but people are going to take profits. You're in a downtrend. So then you're going to see the same thing happen. You're going to see a pullback. You're going to make some type of a downward range. Is it going to find a bottom, reverse, Yes, but people are going to quickly take profits. Price is driving down. When price is bullish, when things are driving up based on a higher time frame, that is when you can all of a sudden trade pullback, trade a pullback, trade a pullback, trade a pullback. This is when your bullish ideas work. Your falling wedges, your triangle patterns, your consolidating patterns, they don't work in bearish time frames unless you invert your chart. So that's just something to be mindful of. There are times when you don't want to be buying and holding for a higher high, and you want to just be buying your lows and taking your profits. Buying your lows, taking your profits. When you're in the uptrend, that's when it's okay to let it go to that higher high and then get out. The higher high and get out. But you're gonna discover that by looking at your bigger time frames and figuring out where your momentum is. Market Cipher is great to help with stuff like that, but you can also use just a MACD and an RSI combination. There's many indicators that will give you ideas as to money flow, even as to market swings like that. Cookie's got to hold this level. Okay. And again, it's going to be the same idea. You have these levels to consider, and there's no perfect price. The answer is when your alarm gets hit on these levels. And then the same approach, once again, you got your entry idea and your stop loss idea, your entry idea, and your stop loss idea. Stop loss, depending on where things, if you hit here, your stop loss might be more of a horizontal idea than a vertical idea. Same with this. If we range around and we come down and we hit right here and get that bounce, I'm probably going to consider the fact that things lined up for a reason and that this line's very important, and that would become, maybe this, idea would become your stop loss at that point. But we are looking for the same thing here. For that price to reverse. Is it alt season this week? No. Is it alt season in 3 months? Maybe not. But is it time to really start considering what an actual alt season is going to look like and where you would like to make your entries based on these high time frame patterns that do play out? It most definitely is time to do that. Do your own research. Lots of great people in this community to get ideas from, but at the end of the day, make your own decisions. There's nothing worse than taking everybody else's opinions online, getting yourself into more than you can chew, and then freezing up when something doesn't go as planned. So do your homework, protect your money, and make smart decisions. Again, same thing. This is what we are looking at. We actually even have a previous range back here to kind of give us an idea of what levels we could be coming back to test. You know, if we're able to hold this, make some type of a bullish pattern, and it happens to fall down here in this range, this is just icing on the cake. It gives us more confirmation of what we'd like to see. And the idea is the exact same. Is this more of a risky entry? Some people would say it is. I completely disagree. You have just as much of a chance of getting stopped out for whatever you've agreed to get stopped out for up here as you do down here. But down here on the third or fourth touch of a falling wedge, which is a very common level, when you do make your run, you will do substantially better. Your percentage gain from a point here to a point up here is going to be much higher than your percentage rate from a point here to a point up here is going to be. Because up here, you're going to catch a bounce, and then it's going to usually make another pattern at this level before it makes its run. So this will happen quickly, and then you'll have more wish-wash here, and then you'll have a small chance to catch a run here, with just as much of a chance that you could pull back down here first. So in my opinion, this is a little less risky in the long term. Yeah, well, that means a lot to see people showing up. Yeah, you're here all the time. You definitely are here all the time. And yeah, I never try to be one way or the other, because yeah, that's just how it is. You can't. I could sit here all day and say that I think alts are going to take a roll around here, and eventually here we're going to see them make all these patterns happen. But I mean, I could be wrong. Everything could go to zero. So I'm never too confident. I don't hold anything, if that gives you any information on me. Like, I hold Tether and I trade. Every night when I sleep, it's in Tether. I do not have bags of anything. I get some Bitcoin, but that's it. I do not have bags of anything else. And that's how I've been for years. I have had no interest in holding any altcoins for any length of time, because if you go through almost every single altcoin chart, it's lower, lower, lower. There's a small percentage of altcoins that have hit the world of we're actually growing and going higher every cycle and pushing higher. A majority of them go down and just stay down until they disappear. Use the TA to our advantage. Now, this was a run that we caught in the group. Same pattern that we've been looking at all of this time, right? So we get the 1, 2, 3, fourth touch, bottom of the falling wedge here, and then we get the push up and the run. So if we drew, and again, yes, this was definitely given out in the group up here, and it even had one of these on it. It was back here when it was given out. So technically speaking, we could have shorted it. If you caught this, you could have shorted it right down to here as well, and got a nice juicy blow off bottom, and then caught the run. But if we're gonna look at the trading idea that I've been talking about, we have to consider what's better. If you had an entry idea down here. Now, if you made the entry immediately once the price hit here, yeah, you would have got stopped out within seconds. What you're supposed to do is see what the price action does down here, because a lot of times you're going to get a double bounce, some type of a double bounce with probably some divergence on it. So you're looking at this level to get in, but you're not necessarily jumping in the second that your alarm goes off, because obviously this continued down pretty dramatically before it wicked right back up into the range that we were looking at, did a perfect double bottom, and then ran out of the pattern. Now here, if you had have bought on this idea immediately, you also would have been completely wrecked. You would have bought here and just boom, stopped out immediately. So that's why you want to wait and see that candle close in the time frame that you're dealing with. Now, the buy here is a complete option as well. You get this, so you see it and you wait, okay, it's breakout, I'm gonna wait for the retest. Well, you didn't even get the retest on that one. So this would have gotten you into the trade at the right moment. And you could have taken profits on it twice. You could have got in and then just got out, left a little bit in case it came back down, or in case it ran through. But if it came back down, you could get stopped out and or add more on your entry idea, right? And then you end up with 1, 2, 3, 4 higher lows before finally confirmation hits and you get your run. So there are two options of trading a pattern like this. And though a lot of people will say that this is the safer one, oftentimes I beg to differ. If you're patient at these lower levels, you can see what you would like to see before you make your decision. Yeah, I really believe, especially all these like DeFi coins and stuff that actually have great utilities and they actually have great people behind them, and they've been around for a long time and they've been showing that they're making the work and they're putting in the work and they're making the progress. I absolutely believe we're going to see higher lows on a lot of things. It's just how long it takes to do that. The markets are wild. So that's why I'm just trying to tell everybody, I think it's so important to be looking here or here, because if people start coming to their computers here and paying attention, they're going to be a lot better off than if they're coming to their computer up here and paying attention. And unfortunately, if we say this chart plays out, we're crypto maniacs and we predict the perfect price for this. A lot of people are going to turn their computer on when the price is up here for the first time in 3 years because, you know, somebody said ADA's at $15 and that's gonna be the top. So it will come. It will just take time. I absolutely believe you'll see it. I do. I mean, some things we won't, but any practical projects, we will definitely see these higher highs happen. And then we might even get like the good old, you know, FOMO blow off top, where you get a price that goes even higher than this and it just bumps to, well, maybe not that high, but it bumps up to something pretty outrageous. You get a really high number in there for 6 hours, and then it just back down immediately. But remember, we're sitting on a 3-day time frame. This is going to be, what is that? 3, 4, that's 4, yeah, 4 years of time here is going to happen. But even to see this push up to an all-time high would be a very big deal. Alt season. Alt season. According to ADA, it's going to start October 2026. That's when ADA says alt season starts. But if you want to be an early bird, ADA says that it starts sometime this month. And I will leave this up. I will not touch this chart just so that we can look at it in even a few months, just to see if we catch this bounce down here. Yeah, I kind of figured this was going to happen with Pepe. Let's see. It's not really. It is holding for now. Trying to hold. Yeah, another thing too is just kind of to what you're saying, David. Another big thing is a lot of people don't realize that just finding something that works good for you, your lifestyle, when you can trade, how you think about trading. Everybody's going to find their own little niche and their own little groove and their own, way to do things. And I think once people lock in on that, that's really when the progress starts to happen. Just realizing that you don't trade like other people trade. You don't think like other people trade. You don't have the same, risk available. You can't take the same amount of risk that other people can take, or maybe you can take a little more risk than other people because you have a bit more to deal with. I think it's just about locking in what works best for you. For me, it's being in fiat a majority of the time, or tether, a majority of the time. And I just kind of take the trades as they come. I'll swing trade, I'll scalp trade. Scalp trading I use a lot less. Swing trading I use more. And then if I'm doing stuff like as far as stocks go, that's where a majority of my bigger trades happen, is on that end of things. Waiting to see this next nice falling wedge pattern here. Just not quite seeing it. Yeah, definitely. There's a lot more likely. I think that's why it's important in every place, but I find that I'm really, really careful with crypto. You can go to the stock market and you can swing, or you can scalp trade like really random Chinese stocks at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, and you're in a volatile market just like it's crypto. But there's definitely a big difference in what feels like a safety net between the two worlds, I believe. Yeah, I guess that would make sense, because everything's kind of been just draw down, except for the main few that have been destroying the market lately. The always ups. Yeah, big time. It feels so much safer sometimes to make those entries. And at the end of the day, there's often times where I'm like, okay, you know what? That didn't go as planned, but I'm not having a stop loss in place, because I know that that little bit that I just put in that trade might be gone for a week now, but I know it's going to come back and it's going to end up paying out. Maybe not how I planned it would, but it will. So yeah. Whereas with cryptocurrency, if my trade doesn't play out the way I want it to, I would like to get out of that trade. Maybe I'll re-enter, but I don't have the faith in the idea that that's just going to recover at some point to the level I was hoping it would. maybe with Bitcoin, I guess, you would have that net. Yeah, 100%. Now, I will, on higher time frames with the bigger volume stuff, I will do a dollar cost average on big time frame stuff. If I have intentions on something, like back when we got the last run, I did dollar cost average into things for a while. And it got pretty hairy at points. I mean, at one point, I probably had $7,000 or $8,000 like down on my few cryptos that I had. And then I just kept going, and it really, really paid off. But it was flippin' scary. At one point, I was just like sick every day. I was way into these altcoins, didn't know anything about stuff at the time except for I was basically learning a lot about Bitcoin dominance, and so I was thinking I was seeing all these things about the change in dominance. And luckily it did, my goodness, but yeah, it was, crypto can make your stomach hurt, man. Fast. Yeah, 100%, yeah. Bitcoin, I mean, lots of people are dollar cost averaging it. If Bitcoin at this point goes to zero, I think our economy is going to be in a lot more trouble than people might think. Yeah, it gets to the point where you're like, oh man, like how much worse could this get? And then if you got the cojones for it, it'll turn around for you. But I mean, I know people that bought the top of stuff, and they are stuck, and man, it's scary space. Well, I mean, I guess that's part of it, though, right? If scared money, they'll make no money. That's what they say, right? That's what our man Crown says. But there's definitely a balance, and it's definitely a lot scarier in cryptocurrency. I think crypto is the place where it's just much easier to get confident and lose all of your money. I think there's a lot less horror stories of people losing all of their money doing something that was moderately dangerous in the stock market compared to cryptocurrency. So many people have lost all of their money doing something that didn't even seem terribly dangerous at first. I mean, when Soluna, like the first Soluna, just collapsed. And again, we're seeing these patterns all over the place. I am seeing these everywhere. And these are the things that I'm interested in, the things that I'm looking at. Are these big, long, consolidating triangles, where we have these entry ideas that I have been over-explaining. You got your low entry idea and your breakout retest entry idea. These are the things that have my attention right now. But way down here. Yeah, I mean, we've got to either double bottom that, we've got to make a lower low than that, which let's hope we don't, or we've got to at least come down and make a higher low than that. So that was a wild candle, though. I mean, there are coins that went down 70% and up 600% all within 24 hours. Yeah, that's just mental. What is even just this first one? What's this one? One candle. Oh, why is that the one that I was talking about? A dot in one daily candle went down 85% and then pumped up 580% in one candle. Nice. Yeah, gold has done great things in the past couple years. There was a site 3 or 4 years ago, actually. So when we got that first altcoin season, I obviously decided that I wanted to have some of that in gold. So I went to one of the sites and got some physical gold. And yeah, the only thing I wish is that I had gotten way more physical gold at that point in time. Because it's over doubled in price since I did it. Over doubled in price since I did it. Oh, okay, in 2024. All right, yeah. This was before here. Let's all look at gold. April 13th, 2024. Oh, okay. I see, yeah. Right here. This guy right there. Oh, yeah, I definitely believe that there are crazy wicks. For sure. I 100% believe that. That's a pretty awesome time to have jumped in there. It was just the greatest cup and handle ever, though. I mean, when you see gold make a legitimate textbook cup and handle, there's really no other option. Yeah, but is PAX not a cryptocurrency like replica of the gold chart? Is that not the exact same chart? PAX gold. PAX GRL, PAX GUSD. Yeah, so it's gold. It just doesn't have as much history or data as the gold chart does. I mean, it's what's the price Monday? Let's look at that. Is the wick on here for you though? Oh yeah, is that the wick you're talking about right there? That's March. You were saying April. Oh, I see this wick here. Yep. That's crazy how fast those are dropping and spiking, eh? Came right down to that exact same level again and then hyper pumped up. Great returns. Crazy. Yeah, definitely. Oh, this big push here. This one looks so boring and calm now. It didn't go to 5,000. The other one went up to almost 5,000. I think it was like 4.9 something that it went to. Yeah, 4,980. So just under 5. So yeah, all right. Maybe they're a little more aggressive on the crypto end of gold. Basically, that's just showing this swing here. So what day would that have been? This one was the 13th of March, 24. Oh yeah, not on the day. It's not gonna give me that, is it? So on that particular day, oh, other side, March 13th. Is that right? On that particular day, when gold moved barely at all, on the other one, it dropped. So the low of the day was 2155. The low of the day on this was 1260. The same day. Yeah, no, I would absolutely agree with that. Even if it does do some type of a like blow off top here where it decides to push and go for that 5,000 at some point, yeah, it's gonna have to chill out. You're gonna see this happen again at some point. That's whale games, is what that is, man. When that price barely moves on the stock market and in the crypto world, it does that. That is just somebody paying themselves. I mean, who independently has even a trade group. It's like, okay, let's go in and collapse gold down to $1,000 today. Like somebody with some power and intention does that. Yeah, definitely, it's gonna have to. I would agree with that. I mean, that's your last support resistance is back there. I mean, you're at least seeing this. Let's get rid of half of those. Let's keep this one. Just because it's gold doesn't mean it doesn't pull back. No, I have 45%. So say it turned back right now. 45% would put you down to the 2-3 area. And that's if it pulls back right now. And then Tesla, I am out of right now. I did this. I traded Tesla. I bought in here. No, sorry. Nope, that's too far. I bought in on this. Yeah, it was this. It was this right here. I got in here, and then I actually got out with half of my position here. I waited for this to happen, and as soon as we touched that line, I sold the rest of it, and I haven't touched it again. Um, because I don't own any, it'll probably just run up out of there and do something, but I'm waiting now for one of these three lines before I make any entries again. Not that I think I'm going to get that, but that's where I'm going to keep it at right now. And then NVIDIA, I think the last time I bought NVIDIA was down here, but I did not make it even to this line. I sold up at the top of it. I think I got like 20 bucks a share and I was out. And then, of course, it broke on me and just kept going. And I've had to just sit idly and watch it. That happens, though. It's better than breaking my rule and jumping in and then having it roll to the number I was hoping to hit. So I haven't touched this in a little while. If I see a pull down, maybe I'll grab another handful. Palantir I traded around the same time because they ran together, so I took both things together, so it's basically the same. Um, and then I've been trading this a lot. Not a lot, but I've been trading this. I had an amazing trade on this right in here. I actually there was a split, so the price wasn't actually this, but I actually got this run, and it was absolutely insane. It was like 2,000%, almost, yeah, almost 2,000% in total. And then now I've actually entered again down here a bit, and if it pushes more, I will throw more. Um, this is like a total gamble thing that I've been trading for a while. They make like beer and gun safes. What a weird company. And then this is Lucid Motor. I've been trading Lucid Motor for quite some time. I've just been playing swings on Lucid. And this is something that I've been dollar cost averaging into and then scaling out. Dollar cost averaging in, scaling out. Dollar cost averaging in, scaling out. And then you got the big old up onlys. It's trying to hold down there. It is trying to. It's local pattern looking like. I don't know if I'd want to say that it's maybe a little too early to decide that, but it's trying to reverse. Definitely is. So we can hold and make another run up to the top, possibly break through, which would give us this point here again, which is exactly what we were aiming for on this curve, was this top point here. Yeah, 100%. There's nothing worse than getting 100% out of a trade. I never sell 100% out of a trade. I would so much rather have a little bit that would just roll over and get stopped out in profit than I would. Yeah, it happened. It's like Murphy's law, right? If you exit 100% of that trade, it is going to keep running. I do the same. I try to do like I'll do like depending on where it hits. If I like so say if I was doing this one here where we were looking at this and you're getting into the bottom, I'm pulling 50% here and I'm leaving 50% hoping for this, and then I'm watching to see how close we're going to get to it, and then I'm is going to pull another 25% as high up as I can, and then if it consolidates and makes a pattern, I will continue to pull out in that pattern the more I don't like it, but I'm always going to leave something in case I go to the bathroom and it does exactly what I thought it was going to do. Or I go out for an hour or two to shovel the driveway because I just have to do it, and that's the exact moment it decides to make the move that I knew it would make. Isn't that just cryptocurrency, man? I guess I can't say that. Stock market does the same thing to me. Well, that Arab trade that I was just showing you, I did not catch that 1,600%. I caught like 400 or 500% on that. Super happy. 400 or 500% big run in the stock market. I was out of that trade. The next day it ran another 1,100%. I didn't get any of that. I sold all of my position because it was up 400%, and that seemed outrageous for now if I had held that position, the difference would have been me making 5 or 6 grand and me making 30 or 40 grand. But hey, that's trading, man. That's trading. I had a plan and I stuck to it. Actually, I went against my plan because my plan was to sell long before 400%. It just so happened that I was literally sitting there doing schoolwork with my son because I homeschool him, and my alert went off. And by the time I even ran upstairs and got to my computer, the it was halted. It was way up there, and so I put in my sell and I was like, if it unhalts and it's still up at this high of a price, I'm out. Cool. So it all happened, boom, so fast. Yeah, exactly, right? There's because again, Murphy's law, if I had have left that position and, tick for a prick, I think as Alex O would say, if I had have left that position and got greedy with it, I would have come back to the computer and it would have been nothing. So, take the money and run. You cannot lose by paying yourself. Yeah, it's a little soon. I'd like to see that print more candles down here before I want to say that that's real. It's more looking like it could try to just push up and test these levels quick. Maybe it's giving us the eyeball. Sometimes we get the eyeball pattern, which is it's a reversal pattern. Typically, it's a reversal pattern. Nothing's in stone, right? It's all percentages. Yeah, that's an eyeball pattern. It seems too rushed. Yeah, I mean yes. I mean I just probably have weird names that I've injected into my head over the years of um, reading or watching or listening to who knows what and who. That's just where that's just what it's gotten to for me. But yeah, it's definitely a reversal pattern for sure. Typically, obviously, like we were just saying, it's all percentages, but typically it's a reversal pattern. I have to look up the actual number on that. Like I know falling wedge 68% up, rising wedge 68% down. Um, but I'd have to look up and see the exact number on that. But people have different rules and people trade in different ways. So I know that a lot of people will use the cup and handle all the time. They use the cup and handle pattern on very small time frames. Well, if you read any technical analysis textbook, it will tell you that the cup and handle has to be like 160 some days old for it to be actually considered a cup and handle. But I mean, people use it and it plays out. There's lots of instances where you do see it play out, but technically speaking, in a textbook world, it has to be over X amount of days long before it can be considered a cup and handle. So it's all different ways. Okay, I am going to be right back. I just have to fill up my drink and use the washroom. Alright, we are back from outer space. I gotta say, Dave, thank you very much for joining me this afternoon and being here with me for the entirety of my stream. That is amazing. You are a real one. Thank you, kind sir. Okay, right on. Yep, I can see that. Yeah. Yeah, because I guess really, it's, yeah, you'd be pretty. Well, I've got everything all set up now, so there's no reason I can't be here more. The difficulty that it used to take to get my setup going in the other room that I was in this house was crazy. It just so happened to be the only room that the internet didn't like to work properly. I couldn't get a cable in there at the time because I would have had to have got a very, very, very long cable, which I've done now anyways. But the lighting was terrible in that room. There was no way I could get lighting to work right. So every single time I would go to stream, it would take me hours to just move things around, get things adjusted and set up, because I got a busy house. Big, happy, busy family house, which I'm super grateful for. It's just a lot of chaos sometimes. So now I have a spot where everything can stay set up, everything can stay dialed in the way I have it, and it's pretty quiet, chill, laid back over here. So yeah, I plan on doing this a lot more. I've started doing streams where I just bring my chart up on small time frames and leave it up for people with music playing, even when I'm not around. Gonna see if that helps. I'm gonna see if people are into that, but just trying one thing at a time. Yeah, I mean, when I was just trading and doing the group without the streaming, I could just have a little dungeon anywhere and it didn't matter. But now that I've switched to streaming, it was such a pain to not have the spot to do it. So if I hadn't decided to start the streaming thing and try to get consistent with that, I wouldn't have even bothered leaving my trading dungeon. It's brighter out here. It is nice to have the space though. And I also wanted to switch up the way that I had rooms, because this year I bought my son a Bamboo Labs 3D printer for Christmas, like a nice one. I got him the HB2, like I got him a really nice 3D printer, a laptop, all of his own, and a camera so that he can, do his own recordings. He wants to make his own 3D printing. He wants to make his own channel and have his own little business. So I'm setting all that for him up this year, and I needed the space so that he could have his own little office. Yeah, actually, there's another gentleman who, he's on, what's his group's name? He does what's he call himself? I think he calls himself the CIPHER. D-Block, I believe. Anyways, yeah, he does 24-hour streaming, and he does them 12 hours at a time because, yeah, it will cut you off. I'm just trying to figure out a way to separate those two streams, because I want people to know that there's a stream where I'll come on and actually speak and go over the markets and everything, but then also I want them to know that there's, say, a stream on the weekend where I'm probably just going to come on, share the charts. I will be on and off, like to chat with people, but I might not be right there, so. Yeah, okay, so, alright, well, there you go. So, yeah, I'm like a lifer in his Discord. I just think it's really awesome the way he talks about the markets and the information he shares and the way that he does things. Even just going into his channel and having the opportunity to listen to how other traders are thinking about things when the markets are up or down. Just keeping that network open that he keeps open is pretty awesome. So I've definitely always been a supporter. Small world. That's hilarious. It's actually just recently that I've stumbled across him. Maybe in the past year, I would say. I can't remember exactly how or where I stumbled across his stream. No, he's got it down. The way that he explains things to people, the way that he breaks stuff down, and just the community that he's got built in there is, yeah, he'll have 10 million soon. Yeah, just on the 1 minute we did, yes. On the 1 minute we've pumped above the 2. We're looking to see if we can follow through, get the cross, and push up a little here. Actually, maybe we aren't talking about the same gentleman, because this crypto cipher that I am referring to, the page is called Crypto Cipher, and then the channel head is, the picture is the Cipher by D-Block. He has 7,000 subscribers. Yeah, 7,000 subscribers. Maybe it is a different person. I will have to look up the person that you're referring to. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've tried to start my son a gaming channel. That is tough to do. Just feeding the algorithm a little bit just to get a couple people to subscribe is not easy. But I mean, I don't let him put his face in it or anything like that. So maybe that's a niche that other people have with gaming videos. I mean, it's just him playing games, right? So I'm just trying to get that launched for him. He just thinks it's cool that he can post. And hey, Lasers is here, man. Nice to see you. Salute. We're just chilling out on the Friday afternoon and watching Bitcoin. Well, we were going over. I think we went over a nice list of coins, talked about some ideas and strategies. And so if you're bored later on and you want to scrub back and check stuff out, feel free to do so. I think we got some juice in there in the first couple hours of the stream. .4% a day keeps the doctor away. That's what I hear. Compound growth is insane. A lot of other people just need to. I think that's what really gets everybody in trading. I know you're just being smart, David. But I think that's really what gets everybody in trading, is because they're like, my trade only says 5%. Like, that's not enough. Or, my trade only says 3%, and that's not enough. But meanwhile, if you could just lock in 3% a day, it would change your life. Everybody's looking to catch the big fish today, so that they don't have to get up and go fishing tomorrow. And that greedy, lazy idea that you build in your head will just make you poor and hungry. It's the conundrum. That's why we're here learning to fish. I never feed people fish here. I teach fishing. You join my paid group. You can join my free group, and sometimes I throw fish. But usually I will just show off fish that the group has eaten. But the idea is to show people how to fish, not just throw fish at them. Yeah, no, I 100% knew you were. I definitely knew you were. Well, that's just it, right? There you go. 0.5% trade, up $6,000. That's the beauty of understanding the metrics of the numbers and being able to just dial things in. Everybody they're afraid of leverage. They think you'll get wrecked because they don't know how to just break down the percentage game. But at the end of the day, you can put barely anything on the table and walk away with a nice amount of money. It's the last things the bank want, is for us to just be our own bankers. Like, I remember back in the early days when I was just getting into crypto, and I think I was using, at first I was using Binance in Canada back when you could, and just going in there and being able to throw $1,000 on there and then have Binance be like, yeah, well, we'll give you $100,000 for that $1,000 if you really want it. That was just a very interesting moment for my mind. It changed a lot about how I saw the world. So I started to crunch numbers, and I started to learn a lot about leverage, risk management, trade ratios, how you would break down your risk reward. I have a chart that kind of breaks down the idea behind the worse the trade looks, the less you would put into it, up to having more. Say you have 5 or 6 indications that you would like to see in a trade, you're going to put more into that trade than you would put into one where you only have 1 or 2 indications. So I just started pushing numbers around and creating this diabolical rat nest of ideas and plans, and then now I have a handful of them that I like, and they've worked for me, and they have for quite some time. So 0.5%, doesn't matter. If you can get it daily, you're set. I should get my Weeble into this stream as well, because then I could pull up the 1 second time frames when we're looking at stuff. I cannot justify. I used to do the pro trading view. I did it for like 4 years. And then finally I was like, do I really need the 1 second chart that bad? I mean, I'm never watching that many coins anymore. I used to have hundreds of coins on my list. And I just got to the point where I was like, why am I watching all these coins? So I removed and downgraded a lot. And the only thing I miss from the pro version of TradingView compared to the, I think I just have the mid version right now. The only thing I miss is the 1 second time frame. That's how you really dial in that 0.5% move. Even just range trading like we are, though. Still nice moves, even for Bitcoin. See if our eyeball plays out here. In case people couldn't tell what it was before. We're crossing, but we're not pushing. Yeah, 100%. The trend is your friend until the end. And the more willing you are to start playing with that sooner on in your trading ideas, like when you see that big move happen, the more confidence you have to judge where that bounce might be. And the sooner you can start doing that, you can get 4 or 5 trades in that same range before you see the dropout. I mean, how many times, if you just bought on this line, let's say the first time this bounced, you said, okay, every time it hits this line, I'm going to make an entry from the first time. And then I'll take profits at my 0.5%. So the first time, you wouldn't have got in, but then you would have said, okay, this is the level. The second time you would have went to get in, you would have got wrecked. Third time, you would have made your 0.5%. Fourth time it hit it, oh, you would have got your 0.5% here. Fifth time it hit it, you would have got your 0.5% again. Sixth time, not quite your 0.5%, but pretty close. Seventh time, if your stop loss wasn't too close, you could have got your 0.5% again. So just by paying attention to where it pulled back to and then re-entering on the same level at a 0.5% profit, you could have got 4 winning trades in that range before it rolled over. So the sooner you can identify your idea, the better you are. Or the better off you are, sorry. Hey, Andrew, nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by, man. Hope you're having a great Friday afternoon. I hope the charts are being kind. I refuse to trade XRP. They're actually so back in my old group when I was on Telegram. There was a person whom I feel terrible to this day, but I kicked him out of the group for overhyping XRP because every single time it would pump, he would come in and get everybody into buying it, and then it would roll back over to the same prices. So I'm so happy for him that it finally broke those like cent ranges that it was in and made like the nice run. But man, it is not great for trading unless you're on the ball. You have to be right there when you're trading XRP because it will just pump and dump and pump and dump. It's terrible. Awesome, maybe, if you're really locked into X. I know people that only trade XRP, but it's just not my thing. I watch it because obviously there's XRP is still like the only community of moon boys on the planet, I think. Yeah, the Luna's that's what we were just looking at. We're looking at that curve, right? I'm a believer. It's going to try to do the same thing. We're going to look for the 50 to cross over. Look for it to push across the 2, maybe check up to VWAP. That's what we're looking. We're hoping that we're holding these levels right now. Hoping and happening aren't the same. Well, we know that. Luna's looking like it's got more juice than Bitcoin does right now. Have to see what it does here, though. Trying to push the 200. I wonder if that'll be our weekend range, if we're just gonna spend the next couple of days just bouncing in here. Same thing with Bitcoin here, if we're gonna just spend the next little bit riding out inside of this range. Next, just get the weekend out of the way. Is I gotta ask, the chat window that I have added to the top corner, is it big enough to see the words? I mean, I didn't want to make it take up too much space. It's more important that you see the charts than you see chat, but this is just a great way to make it so that it doesn't look like I'm talking to myself when people watch this at a later date. So hopefully it's just big enough you can see the writing, but not big enough that it's distracting to the point of the chart. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, that's all I wanted. Just something simple so people could see what was happening. And then I have my world map and the $1,500 caribou behind me. My buddy painted that caribou. And he launched his own big art thing here a few years ago, so he's doing the artist stuff nowadays. And I bought his first big print from him to support, so it now sits on the wall behind my stream. Alright, what else do we have to look at? Yeah, perfect. Yeah, even better. Yeah, because I think when you if you're on your phone and even if you turn your screen sideways to go full screen, the chat takes up over half of the screen, so that's perfect. On this time around, I don't think we did. I don't think our ideas changed very much. I mean, this is what we were looking at last time around. So again, we've been in this range for the entirety of this coin's life, and we're looking to break it here within the month. We're looking to break this consolidation, and as we've been watching, this is when it's going to make its move. So whether we hold and push up and out. Now, I mean, I should have a third option in here. This is a little biased. There should be a third option in here. Sadly, it would be a lie if I didn't say that there was a third option. But you're looking to catch a bullish idea here, or here, or here on the way up if we are going to change. We've come a long way in the past little while. I think when I decided I was going to do the YouTube stuff, maybe even just a year ago, I think I was streaming at like 720, and I didn't have any knowledge of how to use OBS, so it was a very, very basic stream. And now I'm up to the 2K. I've got the mics locked in, the camera locked in, and I'm learning the program better. So we'll turn it into the super professional vibes yet. This comes with me getting a little more time with the technical aspect of learning to use all this stuff. There was a time when OBS was way harder than trading in my head, but I've gotten pretty familiar with OBS at this point, so. I mean, again, these are newer. I've got an eye on them because I know that other people have asked for them or asked about them, but there's not as much data to go off of. So this is where I would be sitting at with this type of stuff still. Still going to make out and boil down to the same patterns that I'm looking for. It's just if you were to make your entry down here, you've got this spot where you're interested in the trade or you're interested in the idea, and then you're going to have to pick a spot down here for your stop loss, because you're so low with this stuff, you're going to be so volatile that this is where your bottom entries become risky. You're way down here at 1 cent, and then the next thing you know, you're down 50% on your trade before you can even go below this wick. So this is why it's called an aggressive, dangerous entry. But if it's going to roll over in the positive, it's going to give you the payout. But there's nothing that says that you have to jump in. If you set an alert down here and your price action runs down to here, nothing says you have to jump into that trade immediately. You can most definitely zoom in at that point, go into your smaller time frames, look for a bullish idea, wait for a double bottom. I mean, this is a double bottom here with divergence on it. Clear as day, you have divergence on this double bottom. Okay? You have a falling wedge. So you take these 2 points, you run them across to get this area. At this area, you're at the bottom of this idea. You're at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th touch of a falling wedge. You have bullish divergence. So that's where you have like a compound of good signs. So you're waiting until you have that here again. You don't just wait for the alarm to go off and enter the trade. You've got to wait for that confirmation, that idea to play out. This thing is just up, down, wish-washy. I get the same thing going on. The range. How long can this range be played? This level, I guess, would be the range. That would be the anomaly. There's a hopium chart. That's what altcoin season could do. Does that mean it's altcoin season next week? Nope. But it certainly means that it's time to be watching for that to happen. Just remember, when this does happen, 99.9% of the coins that you are in will do this. So don't forget to pay yourself. If altcoin season is not about to happen, and we are all going to get deuced out of this market doing good things for us for the next couple of years, we will see something like this instead. So my personal idea here for everything that we've been looking at with these patterns is I am making my entries down here when we're getting to these low points. I am taking some off the table when we get up through to the higher points, and I'm leaving some on the table if we're breaking through at this point, because we're only going to pinch and consolidate for so long before it finally catches everyone off guard. People aren't bored enough yet. People aren't scared enough yet. It's not quite time yet. But when it is time, I will be ready with the intent, with the trading ideas that I'm going to be using. I will be ready to maximize my gains in the moments that it is happening and get myself out, top or not, very happy. Because the last thing you want to do is wait until here and then find yourself chasing the end and getting stuck in through all of this. Make it in the middle, and you do it by planning it out long before you enter it. See, even our little curve. Now we have to make our eyeball bigger. Great. The real ones know how it's done. It's a long-term game. No one's coming here, buying a nice laptop, throwing $5,000 into a wallet, and retiring their mom and buying a Maserati next week. That's not how this works. We all know that. We'll get our Maserati from all of the people that don't have the patience or the discipline to know that. This environment is not kind to greedy people with no patience. As a matter of fact, this market is built off of the backs of those people. As rude as that seems to say, that's just how the world works. That's how the cookie crumbles. I guess we could do the dual chart at this point. Do the Bitcoin. You as well, Andrew. Thanks for stopping by and seeing us, man. It means a lot. Have a great weekend, and yeah, I hope you and the family have an awesome Saturday, Sunday, and see you around next week. I'm sure that I will be here. So. Yeah, you know, it never hurts to redo the perspective. I don't know if you've been in the group for a while, you'll notice that I do that. I'll run a chart for so long, and then even on a long-term idea, I'll just rechange how I've drawn the entire thing, and then I'll reshare it, and it will look completely different. But it's a good thing to do. You don't want to just draw one thing, stick with that, put it in stone, right? You want to be willing to change your mind a little bit. You've got to be stern with your plan, but you also have to be willing to see other things, right? If I just threw money at everything that looked great the first time that it looked great, well, I probably wouldn't have any money. Changing your idea is a big deal. Being willing to change your idea is essential in small time frames. You can't survive trading in the 1 and 3 minute time frames if you're not willing to change your idea, like, boom. You'll freeze up. That's the great part about being in the small time frames too, is if you sit in the small time frames, and even if you're just practice trading, paper trading, or just drawing patterns and having like take profit ideas just to do it on the chart, you will see so many different patterns and cycles play out on that 1 minute time frame that when you finally step out and look at them on the big time frames, you're gonna notice a lot of the same patterns. The only difference is going to be that your likelihood of them playing out is going to increase, and the amount of gains you're going to get from that same pattern idea is going to increase. Like a falling wedge, fourth touch on the bottom of a falling wedge on the 6 hour time frame is much more likely to play out than on the 1 minute or the 5 minute, and it's going to give you a much bigger percentage gain. It's going to be a bigger move on the actual chart itself. Yeah, 100%. Yep. That's so many people. Well, what's the best time frame? All of them. All of them are the best. You know what they say, all the best things in life, the hardest to get. No, if I make this eyeball bigger, we're gonna swing down hard though. It's gotta be done. Even simple stuff like that. Being willing to look at an idea and say, okay, we think we're in before we had the eyeball in here, right? And we had this one. We said, okay, reversal, we're probably gonna push up out of this. Well, we did, but then we didn't do it with any force. So you have to be willing to hit the sell button. And then try again at a re-entry level, or you have to be willing to take some profits, move your stop loss up to the point where you're not going to lose anything on the trade, and then reevaluate. That's where a lot of people get screwed over, is because they're not able to change their mind on the small time frames, and they just get stuck to an idea that's not going to play out. Alright, I gotta step away for one moment. I have a puppy dog that I have to let out on his leash for a few minutes. I will check that as soon as I come back, Dave. Just give me literally 2 minutes. Alright, we're back. Yeah, well, that's just it. If you know what your time frames, if you know what moving averages you have where and for what reasons, then you know, I mean, I used to have like the 7, the 9, 21, the 50, the 200. Inverted Adam and Eve. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Yep. So I'm like, I seen something here. Something like that you're seeing. Oh my, you do run with a lot of moving averages. Still though, it's probably nice to see like when they start crossing over each other and you see that nice smooth transition, right? And then you can, when you have that many moving averages, if you wanted to, you could break it down to the first time, like the first moving average that broke. You're gonna break the 7 and the 9, and then it's just gonna push up through there, right? So yeah, no, that makes sense. Kind of like all the bands on Market Cipher A here. It's just got a multitude of bands. It's just stacked up moving averages. So the smaller the time frame you go into, you're gonna really see that. Non-traders coming into a stream like mine. I think I'm a whack job. Like, what is it? What are these guys talking about and or drawing right now? You good, bird? Are you good, bird? Say hi. Hello. You don't want to say hi? You're shy? Okay. Alright, whatever. Don't say that. Right, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Just so you can see it as you change your time frames, you're going to see that number represented in a different way. Yeah, people that aren't people that haven't lived in the matrix and the jungle. One of the big gifts I used to use all the time in the old trading group was Rambo. And anytime we were in like the 1 minute time frames chart, anytime someone would share anything under the 1 minute time frame, that the Rambo gif would come out, right? Like you're trekking deep in the jungle now. Like now you're trading. you're in the jungle. Yeah, no, I never even really thought about that, but yeah, it would be as you change, you would get to see that line in the exact same place, just on a different time frame. Yeah, well, yeah, there's all the more power to the big holders and the big people that really want cryptocurrency. That's just not my thing, personally. I'm just taking advantage of a moment while it's here. You're quiet now, bird. Like, look at these big consolidated monsters. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'll check some of this stuff out later, definitely. I've pulled back indicators. My charts, well, believe it or not, even looking at this chart, this obviously looks like a lot happening. But my charts are very boring now compared to what they would have been, say, a year ago. They were very busy. I had I had volume control levels on the side with the lines running through permanently, and boiler bands running on there, and all kinds of stuff. It gets to the point where there's just so much happening that it's not even productive anymore. These ones that I use, I find work really well with the patterns that I trade. I find that they accent each other very well. And I think for me, as far as scalping goes, I think the 6-hour time frame is a super consistent time frame for catching bounces and swings on MarketCypher. MarketCypher seems to like the 6-hour. Yeah, there is definitely such thing as just too much sometimes. $65-minute chart. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll check that out. This is the great part about doing this, is even just sitting here, coming on here to share a few of my ideas. I get other people's ideas as well. That's awesome. I really like, Dave, the multiplying the moving averages. I'm definitely going to be doing that. Oh wow, that was probably a lot for everybody. Are you stuck? Let's try to avoid that. Psycho. Okay. You too, Alice, huh? All of the animals in my house are becoming jealous of the time I'm spending over here right now, clearly. Even the dog's over here now. Good girl. No. Look at the light going. Yeah, no, if you're trading, there is never a dull moment. Another thing that we always used to do, I had like a couple of like little fun things, right? Another one was the Arnold GIF, and it was the fact that there was always a pump. Like if you go into a small enough time frame, there's always a pump. There is no reason to be bored in crypto. You just haven't, or stocks, you just haven't spent enough time in it to realize what people are doing to make the money. There's always a pump. Always. The art of chart. Charting is fun. I love charting. Especially when you come back and check on them in a month or two when they've played out. Amazing feeling. Looking for a pattern in a pattern in a pattern in a pattern. You don't do that with everything before you trade it, you're probably going to lose money. Yeah, please feel free to do that anytime. If I can find it. Fair enough. Well, when you do, it's there, no worries. I just did a screen share with someone in the paid Discord last night or the night before, or early morning the other day, early morning. Anyways, I had a PDF that I swore I was about to send him, and it took me like 45 minutes to find this PDF file. Well, here I had taken it out and put it on my desktop before we started the Discord call. And I'm hunting in the spot where I thought it should be. It was not there. I had put it right in the spot where I, would find it easy. He got his PDF file by the end of it. It just took way longer than anticipated. I think we were long done with the one-on-one voice chat before I ended up sending it to him. 54% on BTC on 131X. Not bad for a Friday afternoon. Nice job, Lasers. Right on, man. That's the way to do it. Just now on that little curve bounce there. It's like right in here on this little bounce you made it. Or did you have a bigger position from a different level? Awesome. That's the way to do it. Get in there and get out of there. Get in, get out, take your money. That's the way to do it. Yeah, 'cause it's looking like the top eyelid here's got some resistance going on. And we're curving over on our money flow. So maybe we're going to push down and try to get the bottom of this eye. Or maybe we see, Dave's looking at this potential inverse Adam and Eve idea here. So maybe we push to this and then run up and hit this again. And then we roll down through to our lower levels. That's the other great thing about trading on the small time frame is you can come up with ideas and playouts. You can put in buy ideas, sell ideas, stop loss ideas, and then you can watch it all play out within a realistic amount of time and actually get the gratification of being like, okay, that was a successful idea. I'm gonna put that one on the win chart. That didn't work. I'm gonna put that on the lose chart. You can do that multiple times a day instead of just waiting 4 weeks to see if your high time frame trade plays out. So just being in here daily, whether you're trading or not, whether it's a bad day for the markets or it's a bad day mentally for you to trade and you want to take a day off, just being in here, running through the ideas and watching this happen hours and hours and end on day, that's the only way to really train your mind to do this shit. Pardon my language. Oh, you are not kidding. Look at those moving averages. Cool. Yeah, we'll keep that there though, because I'm gonna make a chart later. Later on when I get off, I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna throw all those in there and just kind of see how that adds up. I might end up stealing your idea of the multiplier, at least one below and one above, just so I can kind of bounce that around a little bit. See, when I get some monetization and stuff going on, or at least get some cool gifts in the chat, we'll think of some. I'll have some cool stuff added, so we can add like the cool "Let Us Grow," like the "Let Us Grow" mech arm. When you come on and you say you just kicked ass and made some money for yourself, we can all give you the like, "Oh yeah, let us grow" mech arm for your efforts, man. You are being so calm. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna give that a try for sure. I don't know if it's a good sign or a bad sign for the markets that the bird's being so calm today. Stock market. Looks like everybody took the day off on the market, on the stock market. Biggest thing, yeah, not really. Yeah, I can see it. You're making me miss Pro here, David. You're making me miss the Pro version of Trading View. I miss having all the time frames lined up. Oh. Like I said, that's the only thing I really miss is being able to drop below the 1 minute. I wonder if I can just upgrade again. Because I just paid for 2 years in a row. I just did the Black Friday and I paid for 2 years in a row. But I bet you I can just upgrade them. Holy, we're going on 3 hours of streaming this afternoon. Good stuff. Now I just have to decide whether I should let it run or... And actually, you know what? Maybe this would be... When I do decide to go off, I'm not going off yet or anything, but when I do decide to go off, maybe I should just end it while I'm on, and then if I want to throw the stream on, I could just throw the stream on a separate one and call it something else. Just to try to separate the two different types of streams. Because at some point today, I have to go and throw another layer of clear coat on a mantle shelf that I am making for someone. I'm part trader, part carpenter. The Mad Carpenter, to be exact. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I have to be. Yep, I have to be using multiples. Yeah. Yeah, I think it'd be nice if I could even set it up to have it so that I could see that lineup clean on, even in the range that I have. Even if I could get it set up to line up clean on like 3 or 4 time frames, I think it'd be neat to just be able to see how it correlates. Because obviously right now my 50 and 2, the way that they're set, no matter where I go, it's your 50 and 2 based on that time frame. I don't have any multiples in there to show me what the 1 hour looks like in the 4 hour, which would be pretty nice to have. Right, okay. Now I get you. All right. I haven't used that thing in forever. Now I know what you're talking about when you're saying the DBSI. It took me a minute. I had to think about it. I'm like, DBSI. And then I'm like, wait. That's a market size indicator, DBSI. I've actually never spent any time using this. Probably even have to refresh myself on the video of it. That's actually surprising for me because usually I just hyper-analyze everything. But no, that's definitely been swept under the rug. I've completely forgotten that that was even a part of the indicator. So no, I've got to do a little bit of homework on that. So thanks for bringing that up. Yes, bird. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna go on to the website and I'm just gonna have to do a double check on that indicator because I'm not even remotely sure what its intentions are right now until I go and double check the video for it. Yeah, okay. That's kind of the feeling that I get with A. Like I like to have A on in the higher time frames, just as an idea, but I find that it can be very, very inconsistent with its signals, especially when you're getting into the smaller time frame stuff. So yeah, okay. I'll be mindful of that for sure. All right, this bird's tweeting in my ear. I think she wants to go eat, so I'm gonna put her back in her cage. Come on. Relax. Okay. 2 seconds. Yeah, definitely. I like to use those in the higher time frames for sure. Or A, anyways. ETH doing? Yeah, ETH didn't like our early curve idea. It was a little. That's why I say it's a little early to call that out. I mean, obviously it had to make a decision, but not a dramatic one because it's such a small pattern idea. Same with this one. Gotta wait. It'll get bigger. This will become a range very similar to this range. Maybe that takes us down to that bottom part of our curve. And then if we zoom out on that a little bit, and then maybe this curve actually leads to this push out. I should switch list back. I'll leave it like this. I mean, this chart is the perfect example of why technical analysis is the king. You stroll up to this chart and you're not sure where to get in. It certainly isn't right now. You take your rotated rectangle and you run it across your bottom. You drag that thing out, you set an alarm, and you walk away and go make another plan on something else. And then however long later, you go exactly to that point. And you also, with these 2 points, combining these 2 points together, you would have had your exit idea as well. And that just turns into that big pattern that we're looking to buy the bottom of, or the breakout and retest of. And some of these coins that we're looking at they're like they're literally like this. And everybody's like, alt season's never gonna happen. We're not getting alt season. It's ruined. Crypto's dead. Run away. Sell all your stuff. Alt season's not coming. And meanwhile, all of the altcoins look like this. Not every single one, but we've looked at quite a few in this list. If you go back through this video, we have looked at quite a few in this list that most definitely look like that. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought, is that if I just wanted to like upgrade, because I've already paid 2 years in advance. I try to pay in advance since they've started that, because why not? But yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll just do the upgrade. Because now that you got me seeing those 1 second, that even just seeing the 1 second being up here, I miss it now. Well, that's just it, right? By the time everybody's gotten stopped out, by the time everyone's completely given up on crypto, by the time people have run out of the resources to add back in, by the time everybody says, you know what, I threw $500 at this market at what I thought was the bottom 4 times and lost, the time that they say they're not going to do it again because this is just ridiculous, that's the time they should have thrown 2,000. Because that's the time that everything just goes. And then they all come running to their computer, feeling all the greasy FOMO from totally screwing themselves out of this run, and they dive right in there, and the price goes and comes down for a retest. And it's at that point that they panic out again, only for the price to go back to some type of an all-time high. And then they do it again, and the price comes back down to support resistance. And that's crypto. Yeah, that's how crypto works. So I'm looking for everything that is here. And this is what I've been trying to concentrate on sharing in the group. I'm looking for everything that is here. Here. Or even here is fine. Just don't get greedy up here if you think you come back down again. Yeah, I mean, you know, super common pattern, right? This is it, man. If traders are trading, traders love, and that's why when you look at every chart and you back test third, fourth touch on a falling wedge on a higher time frame, that's why it's always got that big boom. It's because it's the most back tested, used trading pattern. Bots trade it, retail trades it, my bird trades it. GRT, are you talking about GRT, the crypto? I hope that's what you're talking about, or I'm going to feel really silly when I go to pull it up. I think that's what you're talking about. I haven't looked at this chart in a very long time. Oh, look at, wow, I have lines on this chart from who knows when. That is an angry line right there. Well, whenever I did this, we're down at my level. We're down here. I mean, this wick almost pulled great to the copy paste and pull down, but that's crazy because I remember the graph when I had my old group. Someone was in my group and he bought the graph. Oh, here, I can't go that far. He bought the graph, or GRT, when it was not on anything yet, and he sold this. Like the day that it came onto the exchange, he sold this and made a lot of money. And then it was in the group for a while, but it just kept going down horrendously, and I think at one point I just stopped looking at it. But I mean, here it is now. And let's rechart it. Okay. Yeah, it definitely did. Okay. So we'll pull an upper off the weekly. And we'll copy and paste it. And I don't really have a good option to pull a bottom range. It's not dramatic, so I think I would just clone it right now. If I clone that up, that's gonna line up pretty good. And then I'm going to identify this arc. I don't really like this line. It's a tough line. Tough line to draw, that one is. Quite literally.
Oh, that's tough. I would say something along those lines. I mean, it still looks great. It just might not be an immediate. I mean, it's been just kind of consolidating and pulling back for a long time. It's making a nice pattern for sure. Could even probably do this. I mean, you could do whatever you want to, but I mean, this could be something to like realistically consider. Because I mean, you're looking for a bounce here somewhere, but this seems a little aggressive. This seems a little bit aggressive. Well, that's just the thing about like the crypto space, but the stock market's the same because some companies will just keep splitting the stock and the price will keep tanking and tanking and tanking. Here there's no splits, but the price can just keep flushing away all of your money. The stock market doesn't like things to go underneath like $1, right? So there'll be splits and things will change around in different ways, but crypto doesn't care. Things can go to micro pennies and your actual money can just become nothing. And the chart, and people still be trading that chart every day making bank. Just because they're using that 5 to 10% move a day you can see in crypto, as opposed to, you know, riding out 98 to 99% bull market or bear market, sorry. It has limited support. Well, and the great thing about all of this stuff, this would be DeFi, I believe. This would have been like all of this stuff, to my knowledge, still has to be mined at least. I mean, all these new meme coins and stuff, you don't even have to mine them. Now, I'm not sure if this has to be mined. I'm not sure if this was a DeFi or if this was like the next phase that came. Yeah, okay. Like it's getting completely out of hand. But no, again, I'm gonna delete that line because that line is not what we're looking at. I'm looking at this for sure. This worst case Ontario. I'm looking at this. Oh, you're mine. Very good. Very nice. Honestly, as a Canadian who has a heat bill in the winter, I wish my house was just full of miners instead. Bitcoin. And like, I can't believe that I don't have anything happening with my computer rig. I don't have one setup to mine one single Bitcoin. And I've been doing this for years, and I've always said, like, I'm gonna get into that. I'm gonna go grab a couple of them and just let them work away and see what happens. And still to this day, I don't have one. Yeah, I should get into it. Do you mine enough that you notice like a big difference in your like hydro bill? And have you noticed if it brings in enough to kind of compensate for that? Or are you kind of out just a little bit when mining, hoping that you catch like a big mine? .005. Oh, you've got like a whole extra decimal point in there. Yeah. Oh yeah, I think you're great. I mean, that's like the totally what I would call like the worst case wick. Just looking at this, I feel like it probably is gonna catch. And then you can even take this and clone it up and pull it up to here. You're looking to see it range up here and push. Oh, perfect. Even better. Yeah, because I know that you can get. I've been looking at rigs for it. I know you can spend like $200 and get one where you don't actually mine anything, but basically, I guess what it's doing is you have a chance to actually mine a block, which would be insane if you did, but it's a very small chance. And then you can get bigger rigs for around like $2,000 to say $4,000, where you're actually like constantly mining a small amount. And then it was kind of breaking down some metrics for me about what your hydro might go up and what you'd be able to mine. So it does seem profitable for sure. It's just crazy to think of some of the people that have been mining since the beginning, and probably had no idea that mining something like Bitcoin on their computer was going to change their entire life. All right, GRT is now back on the list, so it's going to stay with us now. No, it's definitely Friday afternoon. Oh, no way. Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, it's just chill vibes. I wanted to pick something that was chill. Um, Obviously, finding stuff to not get copywritten for is tough. And now I make music more than anything, so I have more than enough beats and stuff of my own that I could probably fill this up with all of my own music between everything that I make, between like bands and doing my own online electronic and all that stuff. The only thing is some of my stuff's not so chill, maybe more aggressive and stuff here and there. So this is just a nice little balance of low vibe stuff to keep the mind calm and cannot take credit for this though. If you ever want to listen to this, it's lo-fi grizzly. He's got a whole bunch of stuff, and he just it's free, non-copyright on YouTube. I haven't looked at Compound in a while. Oh, right on. Cool. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, man. Music is amazing. Very, very grateful to have played a nice amount of shows with a lot of cool people, and yeah, anytime I get the chance to, it's definitely something that I gravitate towards. Making a band is a lot of work nowadays. With all the online laziness that's happening. I guess it's not laziness, it's just modern times, and I should get used to it, but it's hard out here for a rock and roll enthusiast who liked the live stuff, and what it used to be compared to what music kind of is right now, and how easy it is to get out there and do that stuff. So maybe someday, crypto streams on the tour bus, right? And then just town to town hitting the shows up. But it's a lot of work to get a group of people together right now. Someday I'll show, I don't know, what were you playing on the guitar the most? I think for me with guitar, it's definitely been like a rock and roll and or heavy metal kind of thing. And then with making music and like mixing and mastering and everything, obviously I'm pretty well along with all of that stuff. Nice. Okay, cool. I have I got a friend of mine actually. He played drums for me on a 5-song album that I did, and he's really into progressive. Yeah, and yeah. So you guys probably would dig pretty good. He's a cool guy. Rush, yeah. Okay, yep, 100% Rush. Neil Peart, one of the reasons I play drums is because of Neil Peart, so I can respect that. And definitely Ozzy. The first CD I ever bought was Blizzard of Oz with my own money. And I also have a Kiss tattoo, if that tells you anything about my musical rock side. But also I've been to like Lamb of God concerts and Slipknot concerts and Trivium concerts and all kinds of guitar stuff. Played drums for 29 years. No way. That's amazing, man. What great people to have in the chat. That's amazing. That's epic. Okay. Yeah. I'm glad you were able to do that, David. Yeah, it's really sad when you lose people in people in music always hurt the most because we're also emotionally connected to music. Without even knowing it, I think people are super connected. Yeah, that's super incredible to know that you've been playing drums for 29. Well, now okay, here since it's just you guys, now I got to play you something. You can tell me what you think. I got to play you a song now. Now, this isn't fully mastered. I was working with a group of people just before COVID hit, and I got 5 of these songs laid down, and then something happened with the guy that I was recording them with. He ended up having a kid with his wife, and this was now a few years ago, and we've just still never got back to getting in touch. We played a couple of shows with these particular songs, and then he's been just doing the dad thing. And so hopefully I can get back into playing these again. But this is a song that I made. I probably wrote this 5 years ago, recorded it 4 years ago, and then just haven't got to go in and finish anything. Like the vocals aren't completely finished. But yeah, check this out. This is some of the rock stuff that I've written. Now I wrote everything in this. Every instrument. My way. Can you guys hear that? My problems keep coming around. I line them up and I knock them down. You won't ever hear me make a sound. In a sludge, you know I ain't the one to hold a grudge. You can push, but I won't budge. I'm not keen on skipping steps. I'm not here to get respect, and I'm living my life with no regrets. Yeah, okay. Just simple old rock and roll. That's all this one is. Simple chords. I hear the Alice in Chains one a lot. I do. Which I take as a full compliment, always. I get Kid Rock a lot on my other stuff because I do like rappy kind of stuff sometimes. So I get Kid Rock a lot too. tear off. I talk the talk and I walk the walk. You better watch that tone, I'm not one to mock. I go and grab my old 6-string. I tune it up and I start to sing. No, I don't care who's listening, 'cause I'm a full-grown man. So yeah, that's one of the many projects and songs that I have. I probably have like 30 rock songs, 10 metal songs, maybe more. And then as far as rap and stuff goes, I have like hundreds of things on hard drives and laptops all over my house. I've been making music, like full music, full beats, no samples, just full on everything for a long time. It's probably since I was like 12. Yeah. No, I'm just on YouTube. I'll never do Spotify, the view gougers. I'm totally not okay with music and what's happened to it. So I just kind of linger. I don't even pursue it as much as I expected myself to. But yeah, I don't want to take up. I know people are here for crypto, so I don't want to over talk about the stuff. But I'm happy to definitely talk about it if it doesn't bother anybody. Yeah. Yes, I do, actually. I could probably share a link, but if I share the link and you click the link, be mindful that I think I only have like 30 things posted on here right now, and it is the most random collection of 30 things you've ever heard in your life. I'm working on collecting my laptops, my hard drives, putting stuff together, and then on this page, I'm not releasing anything like big that I'm really working on. It's just a collection of a lot of neat, like, background stuff that I have. So I'm happy to share a link to this page. But just be mindful that you may hear who knows what. Yes, David, I have definitely been reading. $94 up on Soul. Very nice. How do I just send a link for that? So this is that channel where you'll see me post some random stuff. That's a nice little bounce. Okay, cool. I appreciate that. Again, like I said, there will at some point be a lot more studioized, if you will, stuff on there. But right now, I'm just sharing kind of like rough and raw stuff. There's stuff on there that I did when I was like 12 and 14. Literally, there's a couple of beats on there that I made when I was like literally just a young pup. So there's all kinds of different sounds on that channel. I promise you that and that only. Yeah, so you jumped in and you got in on this here. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you definitely got right down at the very bottom of it. Of course, we have to see if we can front run this trade first. If Alex O were here, he would say that looks an awful lot like a hot dog, wouldn't he? I think he would. Say he looked. I think he would say that looks an awful lot like a hot dog. But you definitely bought the bun. You bought right where you were supposed to. Now you're looking for that top bun sale with the up here with like the sesame seeds and. It's not a very good hot dog color. There you go. That one's for Alex O. I appreciate that. Yeah, I got your message in the Discord there. Hey, Trade Intuition, nice to see you. Glad to stop by on your break, mister. Hope you're having a good Friday afternoon. I guess I should start calling you Joe. I'm always saying Trade Intuition, but everybody's calling you Joe. I guess I just gotta say Joe. Hope you're having a great afternoon, Joe. Oh yeah, we're checking out Saluna, aren't we? We got the hot dog on Saluna. Actually, you know what? I did have an X, and for some reason, the exact same charts that so I was sharing exactly what I share in free charts on X, and I got banned. So I do not have an X account, sadly. I had that account inactive for years, and then finally was like, okay, I'm gonna start using it to post. And yeah, exactly what you see. Well, I mean, you're in the group, David, so you see what I post. Yeah, they banned my account. So I have Instagram. I have 3,000 followers, 3,400 plus on Instagram, and then Facebook not too much, and then I just have the YouTube. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, was gonna say the chart you're on goes a little lower than mine if you were at the 24, but even 44, that's still picking right off of the bottom there. The hot dog bun here, Joe, that's not our typical standard idea here. We were just doing that one to salute Mr. Alex O Crypto. We were doing some curve ideas, and all of a sudden we noticed the hot dog and couldn't help it draw it. Well, yeah, I mean, it's pushing up the 50. You just got to take out the 200, and you're on your way to VWAP. Oh, then I'm gonna keep up with the. I'll keep up with the trade intuition then. I'll keep that as a little secret. No one needs to know. Yeah, so mine, I like, obviously everybody on here calls me Infinite Team TA, but I actually go by Infinite T, just Infinite capital T, and then, I mean, my real name is Tyler, but I'd prefer that no one ever called me that, just because, so that's why I'm happy with Infinite T or Infinite Team TA. So I will totally respect the trade intuition, and I will continue to do that, because then when I'm referring to you, people are hearing your channel name or seeing your channel name instead of seeing your name, and then they won't know, you know? That's why I haven't corrected people when they say Infinite Team TA, because they're just saying my channel name instead of my name, or like even the Infinite T isn't as good as Infinite Team TA, because the channels are all called Infinite Team TA, even though I have the, like, alias of Infinite T. The funny thing about Infinite T is you will hear in one of those songs, if you listen to them, if you listen to those songs that I shared with you, David, you will hear a song that has Infinite T in it. Because back when I wrote all those songs when I was a teenager, I had this whole like dual what am I trying to say here? I had like a dual personality thing happening where one part of me was doing the rapping and the one part of me was creating the beats, and the beat maker part was Infinite T. So Infinite T was a DJ years before, probably 3 or 4 years before that name went on to be how I started my Telegram page, like 7 years ago when I started the trading group. So Infinite T's been around. We're looking to push up into that upper bun here and get the run all the way up to this SME seed top. You said you're already up like 90% though, Lasers, right? I think you said you're already up like 90%. Not a bad day at the office. It'll be up 150, 200% by the time we hit that sesame seed golden roasted bun top up here. So what you're saying is this is 250, 300% then? Oh yeah, you're gonna be doing great. We got a sesame seed somewhere sitting up here with your name on it, I hope. We'll have to see. No, that's all right. Time will tell. Trade intuition. I don't know what we had sitting here for Bitcoin. So many charts. Oh yeah, we were looking at the. That's right. It's getting busy. It's not a lot small. I think I was just, oh, that's not the line we wanted to get rid of. That was an important line. Yeah, this is my bigger pattern idea for Bitcoin right now, so. Yeah, 100%. Always. You always want to see all you can. That's kind of the pattern that I'm sitting at right now on the higher time frame on Bitcoin. And that, of course, is just like a rising wedge inside of a larger falling wedge, falling out of our giant so many patterns. Yeah, locally here. Wait for a little more data. Definitely would like to see this level needs to hold. Right about here. Really needs to hold, or else it's not looking great. If it can hold and bounce and then push again, we could be looking for another push up to the top. But again, I mean, if you inverted this, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 touches here. So we break this, we do a bearish retest, we're heading down here for sure. We really have to hold this level. That's why these two ideas that I have are based on in between this level of price. You might just be onto something with that short. BTC on 1 hour. Zoom in on what traders would have seen as a bull pennant on the 1 hour. A bull pendant on the 1 hour. Well, a pennant would be a symmetrical pattern, like a clean triangle. And it's a continuation pattern, so in order for it to be bullish, the price action would have to be pushing up into it. So if I was looking at the 1 hour, unless I might be looking at something completely different, but if I'm looking at the 1 hour, I'm seeing a down to possible continuation pattern. You very well could have the same range here, which would change the range of the trade if we continue to hold this and we're going to break up, which is what I was just saying. But yeah, I'm not sure what pendant you are meaning. That's about the triangle I'm seeing, mister. Oh, okay. All right. As long as you were, yeah. Anyways, that's my idea. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but that's where this is what we've been watching for a while. But I mean, we've had these lines on here for quite a while in the group, just kind of like trading these small little ranges and breaking them out. But eventually, the idea is we consolidate and then pick a direction. So. I'm looking at trying to get through this. Oh, we've got the hot dog color on. I'm looking at trying to get through this or getting rejected by this. Ultimately. And if we get rejected by it, I'm looking to make our way down to here. Like that. Well, hey, nothing's in stone, right? This is crypto. It's just an idea. Just an idea, my friend. Just kind of a both situations are possible kind of idea. I know my charts are a little busy, but there's madness to my method, I promise. My feelings wouldn't be hurt at all if we did fall through below that bottom line. Because if we can just kind of cool off on Bitcoin, we can get a rush on other things moving. I'm just not sure that that's going to cycle out for us the way we're hoping it does right yet. What are we on? Hour 4 on this stream? We are on hour 4 of the stream. Yeah, most definitely. I would like to see that for your short as well. I would like to see it go to 0 for your short, Trade Intuition. Maybe 1. Can it go to 1? $1. Let's not go to 0. Let's go to $1 for your short. And then we'll just wick right back up. The stiletto pattern. Some type of a like representation of an Adam and Eve. The stiletto. Check it out. All right, give me 2 seconds, guys. I gotta use the washroom. 4 hours in here. Be right back. Alright, so something we haven't done since I've been on here is I haven't gone to this. Actually, I'm actually not even going to bother doing that this time. I was going to go to the Discord and go through like what I've been sharing and yada yada yada. But we've been sharing these I've been sharing these patterns and the breakouts on them. That's what we've been sharing in the group, is these range patterns and the breakouts of them and the runs and the levels that we think they're going to run into and get rejected at. And it's been a pretty good week as far as pattern sharing goes. Now, when the free side sees it a little late, because what I'll do is I will share the ID in the paid side, and then when it plays out, I will share both ideas at the same time in the free side. But you're still getting to see the patterns and the updates and the ideas. You're just not getting to see them like real time before the move happens. So I'm still sharing all of that in the free side. It's just delayed, that's all. I appreciate that, Trade Intuition. That means a lot. That's what we're working on doing. This one's a lot longer than normal, but that's what I've kind of figured I'm going to have to do here. We're going to have to just bunker in. I mean, I'm always sitting here trading or watching anyways. I haven't traded much today. I'm actually working on making a shelf today. So I did some staining and stuff this morning and kind of concentrating on that and live streaming instead. 121 now. That's right. Let's look at the hot dog here. Oh yeah, we're gonna do it. We're busting into the upper crust. Time will tell. I'm committed now. Like this is, I'm now invested in this pattern. I'm not even in this trade, but I'm invested in this pattern now. Like I have to know how this happened. The great thing about small time frames is we will know within the next hour how this is really going to play out. Ideally, it just pushes to VWAP right now. Right up through the button. Are you doing a stream today, Trade Intuition? You can't argue with a good old grilled dog. No, sir. Yeah, it's definitely got that everybody's sold and they're getting ready to go out for the night feeling. Those Friday night vibes. Friday night crypto vibes. Nah, crypto's funny. They'll get you when you're sleeping. Your move will happen at 4 a.m. My favorite part about the evening is that we all found out that we all like music and play music. That's pretty incredible. That's better than any trade for the day. Except for your 121% trade lasers. That's way cool. That's definitely worth it. It's still curving out on us here. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna trade, you better trade. That's the idea. So I mean, I can agree with that. I think it's pretty wild right now that some of the people have the attitude of like, oh, like if anyone says it's alt season, they're crazy, because this is the time to be putting that in people's heads, not the reverse time. So it doesn't matter if it's up, it doesn't matter if it's down. If you're doing it the right way and you have a plan, you could always be trading. As a matter of fact, the idea is that your risk-reward ratio works out to the point that you can always be trading and winning. And the more you trade, the more you grow. That's whether you get it wrong a handful of times before you get it right, until you dial in your plan. But once you have your plan, you can't really achieve your goal without executing it and trading. That being said, there are days to probably take a breath, but I mean, if you get used to the environment for a while, you'll know what days those days are, and you'll know why you need to do that. There's a lot of different reasons to take a breath. And that's just dependent on who you are as a person and what you're looking for out of the market even. Right. Okay. The wick. Right. Okay. Gotcha. With the wick and then the slow retracement to that level, kind of thing. All right. I gotcha. Right. I see what you're saying. Thank you, David. Well, I mean, like you distinguish with gold, that's very likely, and that this could be the slow retrace to that level. That's very plausible, and that would match up with a lot of those patterns we were looking at today too, where we're just kind of slowly working our way down to that low historic level, and then once we hit it, volume's going to come back in. Oh, I believe it. I definitely believe it. I mean, there's a big difference between like a blow off top or some kind of a confirmation that all of a sudden the wicks are at the bottom, so people are going to be buying up the market now, compared to that big of a pullback. That was kind of setting out some predetermined numbers for the future, if you will. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I know that CME gaps is kind of a thing that no one likes to talk about, but there are some gaps still at some lower levels that no one would want to talk about. So anything could happen. This is crypto. Well, that's why I'm trying to stick to the, like, what was one of the ones we were looking at? Where go to the higher time frame again here. I should be on this one. So I'm looking for stuff that's, these ones. We kept going over different ideas that were looking like this. I'm really, really concentrating on the things that have the structure and we're at the lower levels, as opposed to anything that looks like this. I'm really looking at something that looks like this, as opposed to something that looks like this right now. So there are alts that look good, and there are alts that look really bad. There are alts that are right down at those lower levels, and there's ones that are kind of lingering a little higher than I'd be interested in. Guess you're kind of stuck in the middle here. So basically your stiletto does this, is like, we come down to that level and then away we go, kind of thing. Maybe not that long, but basically that's your stiletto pattern, essentially. good to me. It looks good to me. And honestly, they might not even. This is the tough part about getting these bottoms. Is, do they bring it to here? Do they bring it to here? Or do they do that really nasty thing where they bring it just one level lower? Where does this actually end? And down here, it's so important to use different levels of risk management, because if we look at these bars, pull this out, let's go from like this point to this point. And then we'll go from this point to this point. So volatile down here. Oh, we better check on. Oh boy. Okay, yes. 1 second, guys. I will be right back. Uh-oh. Falling back into the hot dog out of the bun here. This is not what we were looking for. ate that first layer of bun and just couldn't get to it. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I got you on the stiletto pattern for sure. I got the idea for sure. I think I know the idea. I just don't know if I don't know that I've ever heard of it, like referred to as the stiletto pattern. Which now that I hear you like that, I've heard you say it. I think I've definitely it's bounced around before. So many patterns and so many names. And I just use this. Good old basic Forex ideas. Just break out already, would you? Yeah, I think that's a pretty spot on plan. Everybody's gonna be pretty surprised when dominance goes, down to that 58, 56 area. And the next run is inevitable, but there's a bit of wiggle room with the time frame. A lot of people could tell you where It's when that's really hard to predict. But I definitely think we're onto something when it comes down to, you know, looking at previous cycles and price action. I definitely think we're hitting a point where it's going to turn for us. We just got to be patient. And once again, just like last time when we were patient, it will pay off. Exactly, lasers. It's a constant grind with a day off here and there. This place will make you crazy. Yes. Yep. I agree, David. I agree. That's why we just plant our seeds and watch them grow. I like to spend my days hanging out with my kid, enjoying doing the things I need to do around my house so I don't have to pay someone else to do it. So instead of spending my time pulling my hair out, I like to pay attention to the big moves, and I like to plant my seeds and reap what I sow down the road. Look at the big cycle pictures. It's fun to be in the small time frames and, you know, make your money, because I still scalp, probably more than I should, but you know, the big money, the big take care of things money is made on the big time frames, in my opinion. We got like another 30 minutes until this hot dog expires, and we'll get rid of it. At this point, I might as well just carry on with the stream. I was just going to sit here and stare at charts for the rest of the night anyways, so hang out for a while longer, and at least until I get hungry and have to go make some food. Nobody buys food in a market like this. They buy coins. They buy pullbacks. They buy dips. This is dip buying season, not steak buying season. You buy steaks in a few months. Yeah, well, you think of the entire market is just like bots trading hyper quickly and small people trading hyper quickly. So anyone that's going in there with some type of position to take, if you were to try to take that position, if you were to try to make a giant purchase all at one time, you would just get completely wrecked, and the market would wiggle and shake like crazy. So yeah, you definitely have to scale into stuff like that. There's people looking for that too, right? Like how many people have come on, not had a clue what they were doing, and then just thrown like $100,000 into the order book at once. I mean, there's a 99% chance that the market and the market makers are going to notice that and completely annihilate it. So yeah, keeping under the radar and helping yourself scale down. Yeah, you're dollar cost averaging, right? That's a really smart way to play putting that money in. That's what I mean by planting seeds, right? Instead of just going in there and just going ham on an idea, you kind of just look at the big time frames and say, okay, I'm gonna scale in here for the next month or two as we drop down. And then you get into the whole matrix of it, where it's like the higher the time frame, the more you're willing to put in, and the more indicators, the more confident you are in the idea. If you have 5 or 6 signs that all line up, you know, maybe you're gonna try to speed that process up a little bit. But if you want to get in a little bit and not overexpose yourself, maybe you're gonna change that number from 5K down to 2K and scale in 2K at a time for that same 20 times. There's so many variables to like the risk management side of it. And just it comes down to the situation and being able to adjust with it. Crypto likes commitment. It definitely does. Crypto definitely rewards patient people, but also there are some patient people that catch the wrong end of bad projects in crypto. Oh yeah, big. If you just like you dumped. If you tried to just, as soon as 100K shows up on an order books, oh my goodness. Guaranteed, the second you buy $100,000 worth of anything, the fucking market is dumping. It's gonna fill the order book so high that you're gonna catch so many people's take profits, and by the time you're done filling your $100,000 order, who knows what that price candle is gonna spike to? Like, who knows how many orders in that book you're gonna fill, especially when you get into like low market cap stuff. You can't be throwing big money into low market cap stuff. Not all at once. But then that's all of the things that we're talking about. That's the great thing about it. I mean, obviously you guys know that. Those are the things that we take to our advantage. Just the basic understanding of realizing stuff like that and knowing how manipulate. Like I don't know about you guys, but I do not trade with order books at all. Some things are just very manipulated. Yeah, well, it's a gamble. It's a big gamble. Yeah, and there's no way that it could tank to zero twice. Yeah, on weekends, yeah, you have to be just because the volume's down, eh? Just because you're gonna be that much more noticeable, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I think that's why the high time frames is always going to win, because without adding all that leverage, um, you can really kind of, if you know it's a solid project, it's not going to flip over and go to zero, you can really confidently do a nice clean dollar cost average in without having to worry about the fact that you could see that massive scam wick, which is always an option. So yeah, I mean, if you're looking to make the big money, just like you would play the stock market, you would play it a little more long term. That's really where it's at with crypto. Again, I like to scalp just like the next person, but it's with a small portion of money compared to what I'm actually trading with and working with to do what I do. Yeah, well, most definitely. And if you're playing that long of a game, like if you've been here, now I say that I don't hold, but if you've been playing that long of a game, and you've actually watched your account fluctuate that much, but your break even is at those low levels of coin. Like I remember when, you know, I had bots trading BNB when it was in single digits. BNB was in single digits and I had bots trading. And I mean, I've never just held things. I've traded. Now I've done well trading, but people that have held and their dollar cost average is that low, by all means, play that game. When stuff comes down on discount again, just fill your boots again and just keep rolling with it. I mean, if your dollar cost average is that low, that's magnificent. That's just one of those funny things about crypto. I'm pretty sure at one point I've had at least 5 or 6 Bitcoin in my wallet. But at that point, the price was, you know, $4,000-$5,000, maybe, you know, $3,000 to $4,000 at that time. So it wasn't as big of a thing then to have, you know, an order with, you know, a Bitcoin or two in it. All those Satoshi stackers are laughing, as they should be. Oh, nice. Oh, good man. It's not easy telling people about stuff like that and having them take you seriously. My goodness. Some people you try to present stuff like this to and they just look at you with a blank face. Yes, 22 Bitcoin in 2013. But yeah. Well, that's what. Remember we did that earlier with that one coin. We were like, well, they're gonna get scared here, and then my first few months in crypto, and I was being crazy about it, and I was doing super high leverage. I was doing the exact same thing, and yeah, I burnt through some money at first because I wasn't looking at it was not like I wasn't looking at the big picture. I didn't even understand that there was a big picture at that point. I had no idea. Yeah, well, hey, hindsight's 2020, and it's a tough decision to make. At one point, when I was with my ex-wife, I had about 28,000 saved. Back then, having 28 in the bank was a big deal, and I was hoping to drop like $15,000 on Bitcoin, and at that point, it was like $300 a Bitcoin. I did not do it. Chose to not do it, and so always kicking myself in the ass for that. But you never know. And at that point, I didn't know anything about it. I just had a few buddies that were talking really big about it, and I thought, man, that'd be a great thing to do. I'm really gonna do this. But instead of doing research and committing to it at that point, I just kind of brushed it off and didn't do it. And please tell me that he still has them. Please. Well, Elon Musk still works because his entire value is based on paper. And probably because of just the fact that he's got a very hyperactive mind. But yeah, I definitely get what you're saying. 100%. Okay, yeah, so he's still got it. He's definitely still got it. One day a week in a Jaguar. Definitely still got the 401k in Bitcoin. Yep. Well, yeah, so I used to work with this crypto group a few years ago. They were called Evido. And the guy that they hired to do their main marketing, I was the guy that they hired to run their social, like their Telegram group. I did their Telegram, and that's how I got into Discord for the first time, is because I was helping them build a Discord. But the guy that they hired to do their marketing, him and his family, I had a few interviews with this guy. He was super cool. Him and his family sold everything they had. They sold their house, their cars, they drained their accounts, everything, and they bought Bitcoin at like $8,000 a Bitcoin. And now they live on blue water on a massive sailboat yacht, and he just does his crypto group thing, and they're just living the absolute dream. They went all in, sold everything they had, just went all in on Bitcoin at like $8,000 a Bitcoin. Big balls, big payout. The other side of that coin is you have people whose lives were destroyed when they bought, 5 Bitcoin at $126,000 a Bitcoin. Yeah, man. There's so much potential, so much potential in all of just, and it's not even the markets, because at the end of the day, it comes. I think it comes down to like having like that entrepreneurial kind of mindset, and so just being sitting at your computer right now, having a snack, investing in yourself, your own time. You know, you're trying to connect with people that are also doing the same thing. Um, that alone is what's going to push you to the next level. So I think we're all going to get there in our own way, even if we didn't manage to, grab life by the horns and buy a crazy amount of Bitcoin when it was $1,000 of Bitcoin, and just hold it. Like, that's just how it goes. Oh, you missed it? Yeah, that's here. Here, I'll show you. Yeah, I got my son a conure for his fourth or third birthday. Um, yeah, I have a bird. We have a bird. We also have a bumblebee ball python. But I could bring the bumblebee python out for a stream and have her on my neck, but I can't have the bird and python on my neck at the same time. That's not gonna work. Bad idea. I also have a dog. Her name's Alice. She's lying at my feet right now. Yeah, she's a sweetheart. Yeah. The bird and the dog and the snake. They're all females. The bumblebee ball python is a female. Birdier here, who my son named at 3, named her Birdier. She's also a female. And Alice, my dog, she is also a female, so. They're all sassy animals. If anyone hasn't noticed, we've broken the hot dog bun. We have officially broken through the bun here. Pushing to the 200. No, I don't. I have a couple buddies that breed snakes, but I personally do not. And then I think the next edition we're going to get, my son has been talking a lot about fish, so we might just get a beta fish or something simple. I can't take up too much more real estate. Like I was saying earlier, I just got him a Bamboo Labs 3D printer for Christmas, so I'm going to have to set up a whole station for him. I got him a camera and his own laptop station and this 3D printer, so I need the space for that, or else I'd probably have more animals. Oh, right on, right on. Yeah, snake people are rare, but they're out there. There's actually, I mean, you want to talk about money? There's some crazy money in breeding snakes and stuff. There's a lot of money in it. Up to the 128. It's got to break that 200 for us here. If we can break that 200, you might just get some type of a magical push. David's got the insight. David's got the 1 second chart over there. So I said I might have to just commit and upgrade now. We'd be able to tell you exactly what was going to happen if we had the 1 second chart on our side. All right, DJ Bird, what's next? Great choice. Let me try it. I mean, it's all green volume candle right now. Problem is it's like it's pushing out all the power it's got and it just can't seem to break it right now. It's gonna make you wait for it. It's gonna come all the way back down, test the 50 again, then it's gonna go back up. We can try it one more time. It's the 777 minute. 777 minute looks good. Oh, here it goes. Oh, here, hold on. We can get rid of the hot dog now. We've passed that point. I don't know. Jeez Louise. Might have just caught the bounce right there. Oh boy. time will tell. This is crypto. Still doesn't. Oh, it broke it. Oh boy. It sure did. What do you think, Birdier? I don't know. Do you think leave the trade? You're waiting to see this push up. Excuse me. You're waiting to see this 50 push up above the 2. But first the candles. It'd be nice to see the candles kind of be able to dominate the 200 level here and hold above it for a bit. Yeah, it's definitely not super powered or anything right now. Yeah, well, yeah. Some of them, they've got a little bit of dust on their tires. They're a little old. They're not the most resourceful things in the world, but their market caps have still grown substantially because they've been around for so long. So. Trying to take a fresh look. For small time frames, you got to keep changing your idea. You gotta stay on par with the bots and the traders. Yeah. Yeah, it's not, well, I mean, how long is this? Let's look at this here, hold on. We've been a good 3-4 hours and we haven't moved at all. So even, you know, Bitcoin has been just absolutely consolidating all day. All day. Now, as far as like a general idea for a pattern would go, you'd be looking at a continuation pattern, but it could still bounce upward. Generally, that's the higher percentage, I guess, if you will, is breakdown. that's Bitcoin. When dominance starts to push down, you're going to see Bitcoin and altcoins start responding the opposite of what they would typically when dominance was favoring Bitcoin. And that'll throw a bunch of people off for a while before they realize that it's actually just us turning into alt season, essentially. Yeah, well, we got 15 minutes left to see for that. Yeah, because obviously, especially on like what, your 1 hour, 4 hour, 6 hour, there's definitely moments where things get a little more volatile just before, because they're trying to push that close to a certain level. Well, I'm on here for the night. Oh, here we go. Did someone ask for a quick pump? $147. Good stuff. I'll look for it to break this level, do a retest, and then just push right up to the top. Three options. A little bit of volume would show up. It might just rush right up to that curved line on the top right now. And the other option that I have to say, because I'd be a liar if I didn't, is that the curve is slightly bigger than we think it is, or would like it to be. We do something silly like that. Well, let's hope that that's not the case. We'll forget that happened, and we'll keep the vibes going on the Friday. Keep the hopium vibes. No, don't get rejected by it. Just go up. Come on. I was really hoping for option 1. Option 2 is still a pretty good option. It's gonna take a lot longer. Oh, come on, don't do this to us. Are you hungry, bird? Would you like a snack, or are you content? One second. Oh, it's doing the pullback to the 200 thing. Come on now. It does want to. It does want to go. We're looking at this short-term pattern here. That's what we want to see. No. I'll be back. Bitcoin say something has to happen soon. What that is, I don't know. We'll have to see. Depending on which way we break, we're up and out, or we're down and out. Well, yeah, I mean that's the idea, right? Is once we run out of room and we've consolidated enough, we're gonna see a move for sure. I think that, yeah, definitely the favor is to like the Bitcoin and Luna side of things right now, compared to like the rest of your altcoins for now. Altcoins are still kind of looking sluggish. They're dropping far. And then you've got all of your top tier high market cap stuff that's kind of like pinching and consolidating. So for good or for bad, bigger moves out of the higher market cap stuff on the way, I think, but doesn't necessarily always mean it has to be up. That we just got to take level by level. Really want to see this push to the golden cross for you, and you get a nice little one of these golden crosses, right? You get the nice push up, and then it crosses, and you just run the 50 for a while. That'd be nice. Patterns there for it, for sure. I didn't show you that. It's trying hard to make that cross. See if it's got what it takes to do it. Evil. I mean, can you call it divergence if it's on the 1 minute time frame? Possible divergence. Until it isn't, when it breaks up past it, because it's the 1 minute time frame. But possible. You're talking the Soluna train, David? Or the Soluna trade, David? Or Bitcoin? I'm thinking you're talking the Soluna trade. Oh, the GRT trade. Yes, that's right, from earlier. Take a look at GRT. This is what we drew earlier. What did we draw earlier? Oh, yes. Yes. Oh yeah, there's 100 ways to look at things. I was just checking it out. Yeah, there's 100 ways to look at it, man. 100 ways. I was just checking it out. I'm not trying to discourage anyone's trades. You just said GRT, so I was like, oh, I'm gonna go look at it. Oh, look at that. Oh my, there it goes. It chose Route 1. Let's try it. It's already up above. So it might already be working on pushing right now. Next stop, VWAP. That'd be great. Let's see if everything tops out all at the same time. Bitcoin tops out. Ethereum tops out. We'll see if we break this now or if we top out and roll back over. looking like it's got momentum. Just keep pushing on through. There's not really too much to this line. It's looking nice on the market side. Gotta push. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, let's chill on Soluna for a little bit. For a few minutes. I will be right back. Go feed my pooch. Puppy dog needs some food. All right, we're back. We're back. We are 6 hours in. I have been sitting here live for 6 hours, and actually, I'm pretty sure that David has been sitting here for the entirety of the 6 hours, and I'm pretty sure Lasers has been here for at least 4 of those 6, maybe even 5. So I do want to say big thanks to you guys for hanging out with me this afternoon, shooting the shit, going over prices and ideas, and that's what it's all about, right? Just building a group of people that want to trade. That was the idea when I started the whole Infinite Team TA, let us grow idea on Telegram years ago, was just to build a group of people that wanted to be just as much of a nerd about it as I am and spend all their time doing it. So that's what we're building right now. The bird agrees. Oh, you sold. I must have missed that while I was gone. Oh, just got out of my trade. 208% is pretty good, but it's still going to at least try to push for that line we made. It's got a lot of work to do to beat this line. This line we made right here is going to be tough to get through, I think. Unless it just proves us all wrong right now and smashes through it. I mean, ideally, you're going to see a bounce back down from here. Like all of these points, the idea was that they would get rejected here and have a bounce down, except for this one, which would potentially just push through. Nah, that's how it goes, man. I think David and I were just talking earlier about never selling the whole trade. So that's just proof to that idea right there. Is, you know, always leave yourself 5% with your stop loss and profit, just so you don't feel that FOMO when it goes a little higher than when you hit sell, because it's so hard to hit the bottom and it's so hard to hit the top. But yeah, there's always that feeling. Even when you walk out 200%, 208%, and still you're like, oh, damn, like, that could have been 300%. Now keep your money until you see what happens right here. Could get rejected. Enter a small trade. Enter with like 15 to 20% of what you entered with last trade, so that you can at least guaranteed not give up all of the money that you just made on your last trade. Not financial advice, obviously. But yeah, don't give it all back. Just wait. See, look, it's getting the rejection already. Now, didn't want to get rid of that. Now that that's played out. That's the way to do it smart. If you're invested, it will pay. It takes time. You have to be in the markets and paying attention to things. I'm like, I'm sure you know that, David. This is not a part-time job. Pays great. It's not a part-time job. Pretty loaded question. My goodness. There's probably a lot of good reasons why Bitcoin shouldn't and won't hyperinflate to some of the projected prices. It's probably way more beneficial for everyone that's long-term involved in something like Bitcoin, that it actually just grows like slow, steady, and healthy. Kind of like the up-onlys in the stock market, the S&Ps and Dow Jones, and the big contenders. There's a level of consistency to it. I mean, that's just fear and greed, really, with something so new in the pond. As the prices drive higher, people actually get more afraid to buy things as the greed gets higher. And then as the fear gets really high, people start to become more comfortable in buying. And that's why Bitcoin's so volatile. But at the same time, I think it's good that it stays inside of those limits. Because if it didn't and it just super mooned to $500,000, I think it might make it superficial and it might lose its significance overnight. So slow growth, steady growth, I think, is probably the best thing that Bitcoin can do, personally. Not at all, lasers. It's a Friday night. This is a drink and smoke-friendly environment. People work hard all week. Everyone's allowed to have their weekends, their evenings, their times to themselves. We've gone Friday night floating in space. We just hit zero gravity. stocks do today? Okay.
Yeah.
Pretty solid rule, lasers. I bet that looks better. Just hold it there for a second. I bet you that looks better. We're in. That looks way better than the last time I drew it. the power of your mind. That's the thing we have to learn about our minds. And that's why our emotions are the hardest part of trading. We could have just caught onto something big at the last second. Or, we could have drew it right the first time and we'll have to redraw it later. It's such a wild mind game. Just drawing a few lines changed everything in all of our minds in just seconds. Alright, I'll be right there. Uh-oh, the hopium's getting real now. Just ask how the lines are doing. That's a fair question. It just leaves you open for a simple good or bad. But there's been some more lo-fi. Oh boy, this is gonna just sit here and play out before our eyes just because I was trying to be silly. Uh-oh. It's got that bearish retest look going on. See, maybe getting out was a good idea. Then this thing out of left field. David with the insight.
to the women and a deck man. Then I get go.
There's some hopium for you. Come on. Come on with the music now.
When I permitted on the fire.
Come on. I mean, if this is a good project, I don't know much about it, but if it's a good project, it's gonna be awesome to see like the good old. Actually, let's use the art for it. That's what we want for alt season. Again, though, I'm on big time frames again.
It's a pedo hell. It's a south to east without the method on a chop.
Run up the wakes down, take it down.
I mean, that sounds like a pretty useful system, so I'm sure that there's a lot of attention and it will do well. What's it look like on the daily? The nice volume. Nice volume coming in here. Not sure what's happening with tunes. Hold on. See if that helps. Could be a big V-shaped recovery. My goodness. That'd be something. Yeah, okay. That's pretty. That sounds pretty nice. One moment. I'm slowing down. Taking that trip. I might call it a night here in probably, I don't know, 10 minutes. Wrap it up. 5-10 minutes. I'm sure I'll be back on tomorrow. Even if I just do, well, I'll probably come on at the start of the stream for a little while, and then I might just leave the chart on for a while. I'll like go do the winter weekend fun thing. As it sits right now, I'm just sitting here looking at these small local patterns with our bigger ideas in mind. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm sure it'll pick up here in a bit. I'm still looking at this on the Bitcoin for sure. So looking to see us push back up, and then overall in this larger pattern. Inside of this larger pattern. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. They definitely could be pushing up. As long as they don't catch some kind of a limit here. Start breaking down now. I mean, this top out seems kind of suspicious, but they could most definitely keep going if they can hold this line. So that could be the little tiny consolidation pattern. And then we break and run up to that VWAP level maybe. Everything else, yeah, I guess everything is kind of breaking out and retesting, isn't it? Yeah, it could be nice. All right, well, yeah, I think I'm going to call it here. Thank you guys so much for being here, for all the time that you were here today. Like I said, I'll probably pop back on tomorrow, chat for a little bit, and then just throw the stream on so you guys can see what I've updated the charts to. I'm sure I will have changed something by then. So have a great night. Enjoy your Friday evening and the rest of your weekend. All right, cheers, guys.